I can't wait, because mine and Carmen Carrion's new book, Freaky Folklore, Terrifying Tales of the World's Most Elusive Monsters and Enigmatic Cryptids, is coming July 16th, featuring the history and lore of terrifying folklore creatures from across the globe, alongside some cool and creepy illustrations. Pre-order today on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or your favorite bookstore, or go to eeriecast.com/freak. The next 1,000 verified pre-orders will get a Freaky Folklore decal and a 3-month subscription code to EerieCast Plus, and all entrants will get a free PDF sneak peek of the Freaky Folklore book. To verify and for more info, go to eeriecast.com/freak. Good evening. The Disciple here, bringing you... wait, that's not right. Cough.
Good evening. Darkness prevails here, bringing you... wait. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Good evening. The Disciple here. Darkness is out sick and asked me to put together a compilation. So I've picked about 4 hours of my favorite supernatural horror stories. Send him your well wishes, and don't forget to submit your terrifying or unexplained stories at darkstories.org. I hope you enjoy.
The cat saw it too. From TheWoo. This encounter occurred 8 years ago, and still gives me chills to this day. It was the weekend, a seemingly normal, warm, and sunny afternoon. I was home alone. My dad was at work, and my sister and mother were out running errands. I was still in school at the time and had arranged earlier in the week to play video games with my friends. Back then, Minecraft was very popular amongst my friend group, and Skype was still the popular default communication channel. So at the agreed-upon time, I logged on, greeted my friends, and joined one of the popular Minecraft survival servers. We played for an hour without incident, laughing and having a great time. I then decided to take a small break to retrieve something from the kitchen. I saw my cat Fudge at the back door, wanting to be let in. Fudge was a relatively small, dark-colored tabby cat, hence her name, and preferred the outdoors. It was a nice surprise that she sought to be indoors with me, so I let her inside, and she followed me down to my room. I picked her up and put her on my bed, so she could settle down and sleep. Then I put my headphones back on, rejoining the game, continuing to game with my friends. Now, this is when things began to get strange. For some context, at the time of the encounter, my bed faced the entry to my room, and the placement of my desk I used to game at had me facing the wall, with my back to the door. After a few more Minecraft survival rounds, I began to notice that Fudge was refusing to settle in, becoming increasingly more on edge. Her eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and her gaze was fixed intensely on the corner of my room. I frowned, confused, but just chalked it up to her signaling me she wanted to leave. So I brushed off her behavior and continued the game, because the door was open, and if she wanted to leave, she was free to do so. But her behavior continued to escalate, becoming more and more strange. So strange that I could hardly focus on my game anymore. She began to pace back and forth along the bed, slowly at first, then with more speed, back and forth, until she was practically sprinting across the duvet. Eyes growing wider, the fur on her tail standing on end and growing in volume, my attention was now completely on this cat, the feeling of dread and unease beginning to grow. That's also when I began to feel as though I was being watched, feeling as though I was no longer alone in my own house. My friends asked if I was okay, as I had suddenly gone quiet on my end, trying to deduce what was going on. I nervously laughed, explaining that Fudge had begun to act sporadic, also attempting to justify her behavior to myself as a random burst of chaotic energy that cats sometimes get. But that feeling of being watched and my cat's strange behavior intensified even more, and I could no longer ignore it. Finally, I removed my headphones to get her to calm down, attempting to figure out what had gotten her so worked up. But then, the temperature in the room began to drop, growing unnaturally cold despite the hot Australian weather outside. And that's when it happened. Fudge dove off the bed, sprinted across my bedroom floor, and leapt so high she almost hit the ceiling. I swear I'd never seen an animal jump to such a height before. Whilst in the air, she outstretched her paw and attempted to swipe at something in the corner of the room before violently hurtling past, leaving me there stunned. Then it appeared. A dark shadow, gray in color, transparent and missing its lower half. It hovered, towering over me. It had no features, no face, no eyes, but I knew it was glaring directly at me. Terror, cold, primal fear, and dread overwhelmed me. Every hair on my body stood up on end. I couldn't move. This shadow figure lingered there, silent, unmoving, unwavering, just staring right into me for what felt like an eternity. At last, my flight instincts kicked in. I followed my cat, bolting out the door past the now dissipating dark, cold figure, down the hall and into the lounge room as quickly as I could. My heart pounded and my hands trembled. I frequently glanced back towards the hall to see if it had followed me, or if it would reappear as I used the home phone to dial my mom and sister. As the phone rang, I turned on the TV for some background noise, scared of the silence. Eventually, my mom picked up. I frantically questioned them about their whereabouts and if they would be home anytime soon. She exclaimed she had just finished the food shopping and was about to head back. My sister, having overheard the conversation and the obvious panic in my voice, asked what was wrong. I explained everything that happened. The cat's weird behavior, the temperature drop in the room, the feelings of being watched, and finally, the shadow appearing in the corner in broad daylight. I begged them to come home, to return as fast as they could, still looking over my shoulder as I spoke. They were skeptical, but remained on the phone with me on their drive home. After an agonizing while, I saw my mom's car pull into the driveway, and I felt safe enough then to hang up, relieved I was no longer alone. I once again explained everything that occurred in their absence, beginning to really process what I'd experienced myself. I tried to rationalize with myself as I was met with their disbelief, but the more I tried to answer their questions, the less it began to make sense. In fact, I probably wouldn't have believed it myself. I would have brushed it off as a trick of the light even. But that would not explain Fudge's reaction or her odd behavior before it appeared. By the time my family went to investigate, the shadow figure was gone, and only questions lingered. Why had it appeared in the middle of the day? What did it want from me? And how long had it been there before my cat finally noticed it? I refused to enter my room for the next week, and so did my cat. I was too scared that the shadow figure would appear once again, and still, even after all these years, I can't help but stare in the direction of that corner. The same dread and fear that emotionless, featureless, dark entity may show itself once more. It was only later that I'd learned that the previous homeowner's son experienced a similar strange encounter. He had seen an apparition of an elderly lady in the same corner of that room, and he too refused to enter the bedroom either. Was his encounter and mine related, or just a coincidence? We saw two differently described entities, but in the exact same location. I guess I'll never know. I'm just glad that I wasn't completely alone when it happened, and that Fudge the cat saw it too. I call him Jerry. From Josh. I'll be sharing with you 3 encounters. I think they're related, but I can't be absolutely sure. So I'll let you be the judge. My first encounter happened at Fudge Camp, which is a church summer camp. We went to North Greenville University, and we got the cabins right next to the woods. One night, we had to go to bed early, because we had the mega relay the next day. While I do have a disability that prevents my muscles from moving like a regular person, I still have a limited range of motion. It affects all my muscles and my eyes. This will be important. You see, I have to wear night chamber goggles. They block out all light, and I'm not really good at sleeping in general either. That night, I couldn't really sleep, which was usual for me. I was sharing a room with my friend, who's a heavy sleeper. I lay awake in bed when I heard the door open. At first, I thought it was my friend, but then I heard him snoring. I began to wonder who was in our room. Maybe it was my dad, but it couldn't be, because we had locked our door before we went to bed. Not to mention, when the door opens, it makes this loud creaking sound. Then I heard footsteps walking to my bed. Then something pressed down at the end of the bed, like someone was sitting on it. I then got this overwhelming feeling of being watched, but I had my night chamber goggles on, so I didn't bother taking them off. I just acted like I was sleeping. Eventually, I felt the weight on the bed pull away, and the sensation of eyes on me faded away. The footsteps began to walk back to my door. The door slowly shut and locked back into place. The following day, I asked my dad and the counselor if they had gone into our room that night, and both said no. One of my friends told me that he had a dream of a weird-looking animal from the woods behind our cabin, which came out, walked into the cabin, and it went into one of our rooms, but he said he couldn't remember which room it was. I didn't bother saying anything because I didn't want to sound crazy, but I knew I was fully awake last night, and I was certain that something or someone had come into my room and sat at the end of my bed, and it felt like it was watching me before getting up and leaving. Fast forward a couple months later to my second encounter. I had downloaded the game Pokemon Go. The first thing that it tells you is to always be aware of your surroundings when you play. One night, there was a Pokemon that made its debut, but the only time I could get it was at 12 o'clock at midnight, and it was right outside my house at the church around the corner. I got my shoes on and grabbed my phone, but when I opened my door, I got that feeling again, like something was watching me, like it was close by. I completely ignored the feeling and went to the church anyway. Before long, I was done with the stuff I needed to do on the game. I was about to head back, and that was when I heard a cat meowing. But what was different about this was it sounded like it was a record player being played back over and over. It was also across the road, on the other side of the field, that was solid pitch black. The only light post was the one at the church, and I was currently standing under it. I was on edge then, when the feeling of eyes watching me got even worse. Now, I was familiar with most of the cats and pets on my street, but this cat, this animal, sounded unlike any of them. This one was off, so it was even more strange and terrifying when it began to scream. I got back on my scooter and started on my way home. We don't have any wild cats where I live, just domestic pets. I drove down the road, and I could still hear it as loud as it was before, like it was chasing me and keeping up. I made it home in one piece, but I had no idea what that was. On to the third encounter. One night I was getting ready for bed. When I went into my room, my cat did not want to go in. I just ignored this I was tired, so I just went to bed. I had a dream that night. In it was this humanoid-looking creature covered in red fur, like velvet, rather than fuzzy or fluffy. Imagine a short-haired dog like a chihuahua or short-haired cat. This creature came into my room, popping its head up and staring at me from the end of the bed. It had a human face. I could definitely see its teeth. It had lips too, and eyes, but not the typical scary monster eyes. These were blue. I watched it put its hand onto my bed and hoist itself up. The thing was much bigger than I expected, probably 8 feet tall, tailless, and very muscular. It then leaned directly into my face. I reached out, placing a palm on its face. All it did was growl, like telling me, "Don't touch me." But it didn't attack. Steadily, a feeling of dread swelled up, forcing me awake. When I woke up, I felt my hand reaching out in front of me like in the dream, and I could feel fur, velvety fur. My hand was touching something, and that something was growling. I've never heard or seen anything like that again, and honestly, I haven't seen it in real life, but I guess I have touched it. If you know what this is, let me know. All I know is, not all supernatural creatures are bad or good. It seems like some are just there. It came with the fog. From Double D. 13 years ago, I was going through the worst period of my life. All possible misfortunes just followed, one after the other. It all started when my husband left me for another woman and kicked me out of our home. Then I was one of the first to get fired when my company, where I spent over 10 years, ran into financial problems. When I thought that was the end of it, one night I fell asleep behind the wheel, ran off the road, and destroyed my already miserable car, the repairs of which I paid literally the last money I had. I ended up alone in a small, ugly apartment that I was renting, crying and feeling sorry for myself. Most of the people I considered friends turned their backs on me and left me alone at the mercy of my depression that had me tightly in its claws. My wake-up call was when I realized I would soon be homeless if I continued like this much longer. That's when I decided it was enough. I didn't need anyone, and I would get back on my feet. Since I'm a prisoner of a small, dying but once very lively mining town, I was in no position to choose the job I liked. I had to accept what was offered at the time. So I agreed to a new job at a nearby dairy farm. The job description was this: preparing and taking cows for milking and other related tasks. It's not something you fantasize about as a little girl, but when you're desperate and need money, unfulfilled childhood dreams are the least of your worries. Plus, the job wasn't bad at all. It just took a little bit of time to get used to the sounds, smells, and other charms a farm has to offer. One day, my boss gathered us all together, asking if any of us would be willing to work the night shift until he hired someone new for the job. Before he could even finish the question, I had my hand in the air. Changing to nights meant that I would get a better salary for way less work. Basically, all I would have to do is be physically present and make sure that everything was in order, that the cows were alive and undisturbed. If something really did happen, I could just call the boss. And if a pregnant cow went into labor, I could just call the vet. And that was that. Although the boss wasn't too thrilled with the idea since no one else came forward, he didn't have much choice. Honestly, the first few nights I wasn't comfortable being alone on that farm. But after I got over my fear, I started to really enjoy the place and the fresh night air. My boss planned my duties so that when I arrived, I would settle in a small, well, let's call it an office. And every once in a while, I would take a walk around the place to see if everything was okay. During one of those walks, a genius idea hit me. which I very quickly put into action. I made a small fortress out of hay bales, and instead of being in the office, I was chilling in my new spot. Most of the time, I would read books with a small headlamp, and the best part was that I didn't have to walk anymore, because in case something happened, I would hear everything from my little fortress. One night, just as I was starting a new book, footsteps began to echo in the dead silence of the farm. Loud, specific footsteps that I knew immediately where they were coming from. In front of one of the barns was a large patch of dirt, and at the moment there was a bunch of mud there. The kind of mud that would torture you fairly well before letting you go through it. I could hear a splash, splash. There was no doubt someone was in front of the barn. I wasn't really scared. I expected to find someone from a nearby town trying to steal some oil from one of the mini machines, and I would just tell them to go away before calling the police. It was only when I peeked out from my fortress when I noticed a thick fog had begun to cover every corner of the farm. I bravely started making my way towards the unknown intruder, but to my surprise, there was no one there. It wasn't possible for someone to run away that quickly. As I said, that thick mud does not let go easily. I should have either found someone there, or at least heard them desperately attempting to get out of the mud. Confused and slightly doubting my own ears, I went back to my position and listened carefully. All I heard was silence. I decided to call my brother, because at the time he was in the phase of hardcore gaming and I knew he'd be awake still. I needed to hear a familiar voice. I needed a logical explanation to calm me down a bit. Of course, he told me it was probably nothing, that I was just tired and that my brain was playing tricks on me. He said if someone was really there by now, I would have heard something else. Fully relieved by my brother's words, I went back to my book. I don't know exactly how much time passed, but judging by the pages I read, I would say at least an hour or two, when the silence was disturbed once more. This time, not by footsteps echoing through the farm, but rather a totally unknown, eerie, and somewhat irritating sound that I would best describe as gargling and slurping, somehow at the same time. I didn't dare to move, as the sound was coming closer and closer, then stopped right in front of my little fortress. I stayed there like a statue, my heart in my throat, and a disgusting bitter taste filling my mouth. I had absolutely no idea what to do. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe we can hang out tomorrow. Well, then give me a call when you wake up. I love you. Those were the words that woke me up from my trance. Those were my words. That was my voice. Because that's exactly what I'd said to my brother on the phone earlier. When it finally hit me that the footsteps I heard were in fact real, that they belonged to this whatever the thing was, that all this time I'd been convincing myself I was alone on the farm, this thing was hidden somewhere nearby, and that it was now speaking to me in my voice, and the only thing standing between us was a single bale of hay, I jumped out of my fortress like a bullet and ran into the night, praying to God that I didn't get lost while trying to find my car in the thickest fog I've ever seen. It didn't take me too long to find the car. When I made it, I just sat down, locked myself in, and desperately tried to put the key in the ignition with trembling hands. I then felt and heard something brush against the car. I managed to start the car, and more than anything I wanted to press in the gas, but because of the darned fog, I was forced to move at a crawling pace, and the entire time I could feel light pushes and hear tapping on the back window of the car. I'm not sure when it all stopped, because I was crying and sobbing so loud it was all I could hear at that point. When I felt I'd driven far enough, I called my boss and I tried to explain what happened. But I don't think I managed to say a single word that made sense, and he had no idea what happened or what I was even talking about. But by then I didn't care. I just wanted to go home and hide under a blanket. In the morning when I heard my phone ring, I immediately knew it was my boss calling, that he would want to see me, and that I would likely get fired. But first I would be forced to listen to his speech about how I shouldn't have pushed myself for a job that I wasn't ready to do. But I was wrong. He wasn't mad at all, and I soon found out that the horror story didn't end with me running away from the farm. After my crazy call, my boss came to the farm and tried to find out what had happened. However, due to the thick fog, the only thing he could do was go around the barns. In one of them, he found a dead cow. At first glance, nothing strange. It happens, unfortunately. Except this was one of the pregnant cows, and her belly had been ripped open, the abdominal cavity completely empty. No calf, not a single organ, not a drop of blood, a stain, a print, no sign of a struggle. Nothing. Just a dead animal, surrounded by dozens of other cows that were now calmly munching on hay and didn't seem the least bit upset. How is it possible to walk among so many animals, tear open one's belly, take out so much content in total silence, then walk away without leaving any trace? Although I was returned back to my milking job, my financial situation was still bad, so I didn't last long there. I've never believed in the paranormal before. I've never been a person that gets easily scared. But that night changed everything for me. I didn't feel comfortable working when I knew that maybe I was being watched by something that was just waiting for the right moment to grab me. Then, instead of a cow, I would be left dead, found with a torn open belly, completely empty on the cold, dirty floor. Yellow Eyes, from Zax. When I was younger, I was taught how to hunt, and I instantly fell in love with it. By the age of 13, I had my own bow and knife, and I was a great shot. By the time deer season was coming around, my cousin and I were both excited for the upcoming hunting trip we'd planned to southern Illinois. When we arrived at the hunting lodge, we unpacked our belongings and began preparing for the next day's hunt. We were going to a deep part of the woods where the big bucks were caught on trail cameras. Super excited, we went to bed early that night. Early to rise in the morning, we grabbed our gear and headed out to the stands. My uncle dropped me off about 50 meters from the stand, wishing me luck, taking my cousin to their double stand. They would both be hunting about a mile or two away from me. The hunt was uneventful up until the last few minutes of light. Fearing to miss out on a chance to shoot a deer before dark, I shot at a doe a little out of my comfort range, but I was desperate. As I launched the arrow, it hit the deer, and it ran off into the woods. I texted my cousin and uncle letting them know, so they could come help me track it and pick it up. It was already well past dark, so we had our flashlights, and we followed the trail of blood together, hopefully to find a deer at the end. Eventually, we came to a dead end, where there was a big splash of blood, and then nothing. No signs at all. My uncle decided to go get help from our other family members. He started back up the trail to meet them, telling my cousin and I to wait here for them. As we sat in the dark at the last bit of blood, we began to hear footsteps crunching out there. Crunch, crunch. Something was definitely getting closer. Our hearts began to race. I felt the fear lift into my throat as I grabbed an arrow and knocked my bow as my cousin drew his knife at his hip. Together, we stared into the dark. Another crunch here, then there. It was getting closer every time we heard it. Finally, when we were sure this thing was close enough, my cousin turned his flashlight on in the direction of the noise. Before the light could completely reveal the creature, we spotted two yellow eyes reflecting the light, about 7 feet off the ground. It then immersed itself back into darkness, knowing it had been caught. We both got a little closer to each other, scared, unable to speak, as we heard the crunching of the thing now circling us. We didn't know what it was. What kind of animal out here stood 7 feet tall and followed the trail of blood? Thinking this thing was going to attack us, we got ready to fight. Then, up the hill, we heard voices and we saw lights as my uncle and 2 other family members, all carrying guns, came and found us shaking, terrified. They shrugged and asked where the last blood was. We told them we looked on for more, keeping an eye out for the dead deer too, but we found nothing. My cousin and I, still afraid, would not leave our uncle's side. Eventually giving up, we returned to the lodge, and we both decided we didn't want to go out hunting the next morning. Now, I've hunted since, and I still love the woods, but I'm always extra careful at night, and I always keep a firearm on me. I still don't know what it was, but I don't really care about finding out. Specter Brume from WhiteChapel. In those trenches, humanity unleashed an ancient evil. None remember, the survivors willfully forget. Maria Weber, 1919. Before I begin this story, I'll not give names of the survivors, as I'd prefer to keep everything anonymous. This is a story my great-great-grandmother told me, and had written in her journal. It was an event that shocked her and left her broken, as well as being one of 3 survivors of the event. Her government would expunge the event and give a cover story of what happened that day. 2 companies' worth of men would disappear, according to her, consumed by the land. After the war, she would be diagnosed with shell shock with moderate schizophrenia while being in a mental evaluation from 1922 to 1923. The year was 1917. My great-great-grandmother was part of the Red Cross, stationed at the German lines to tend to wounded soldiers. It was a standard morning where she would be replacing bandages, removing bedpans, performing surgeries, medicating soldiers that were damaged beyond repair to ease their passing. However, the abnormality of that morning was something else. There was a heavy, misty fog blanketing the woods the base was stationed in. It was warm, heavy, yet somehow chilled her to the bones. Her nerves told her something was wrong, but other than the warm, misty fog in October, it was normal. She was at a river bend where the trees just barely kissed the rocky river. She had traded duties with another nurse in cleaning bandages that were soiled by men's blood, rather than having to work with the doctor performing amputations on mortally blasted soldiers. While she cleaned the bandages in the river, she listened for any enemy soldiers, as at the time, the English forces had been bold in pushing through the German lines. The last thing she wanted was to end up a prisoner of war. She did not want to have to leave her husband, who was going to be transferred to the same lines she was stationed at. However, as she was cleaning the rags and bandages, she felt a strange sensation. It sent a shiver that turned into a pillar of ice in the very core of her spine. It branched out all over her body, making her hair stand on end. Dropping the rags in her hand and standing up, her eyes darted to and fro as she scanned the tree line. She backed away, stumbling over rocks and into the tree line where she hid. Her heart dared to pound out of her chest, teeth chattering uncontrollably. She had no idea why this was happening to her. Her mind knew everything was okay, but her senses and body screamed otherwise. Thinking it was just her nerves, she took a long drink from her canteen she'd filled with cheap rum, which she had traded some rations for, then turned around, looking at the basket where the rags would be. Her eyes opened wide, her hands quickly covering her mouth. She saw it, a massive creature in humanoid form. Its body was like it was part of the fog. It faded in and out, as if becoming one with the mist, then fading back into its own form. She estimated it was just shy of being around 3 meters, or about 10 feet, tall. Its body was encased in a cloak that covered it from head to toe, or rather the ground, as it was not touching the ground, but sort of faded into the foggy mist. In one hand, the entity had the bucket of bloody bandages, with the face of the hood pressed firmly into them. Pulling its face from the basket, a long dual-forked pair of tongues, at least as long as her forearm, licked at the soaked bandages. The area around the creature was hot, burning hot even though she was about 2 meters away from the thing. As she started to move away, she stepped on a branch, causing it to make a sharp popping sound, echoing through the quiet woods. She looked back at the entity to see it standing before her now, looking down at her. She could see its face clearly. Its eyes were orbs of pure red light, with cat-like slits for pupils. Its mouth was just an open hole with multiple rows of teeth, and its face looked skeletal, with skin pulled tight to the bone. Before she knew it, its hand grabbed her arm, placing the other over her mouth, pulling her up off the ground. She swore then that entity grinned at her. Her body felt tired, burning like her bones were being cooked from the inside, yet somehow freezing at the same time. She screamed a muffled scream, then everything faded to black. When she opened her eyes again, she lay on the ground. Her gown was covered in a gray tar-like liquid that was cold and slick to the touch. Standing up shakily, she leaned against a nearby tree, examining where the creature had grabbed her arm. There were now 3 bumps in a triangular formation right below her thumb on her wrist on her right hand. Placing a finger on these bumps, a sharp pain shot through her body, that burning and freezing sensation coming again. She quickly pulled her hand away, panting. She was interrupted by the wailing cry of a man not too far from her location. Stumbling away from the tree holding her arm, she shakily moved as fast as her body would allow as she made her way to the sounds of that man. When she made it there, she stood in shock, looking forward. The sounds led her to where she had been stationed. However, there was no one there, save for the charred bodies. Uniforms were somehow completely intact, not a single burn on them. The bodies, however, were different. The skin was burnt to ash, as well as pulled skin tight to the bones, as if every one of them had been sucked clean. Looking up, she saw the creature again. It was holding a soldier in its hand. The soldier fired their pistol frantically at the entity in the head and chest. However, the bullets just seemed to pass through the thing's body. She fell to her knees in horror, only able to watch what might happen next. The entity began to breathe in, a long, continuous inhale. As it did, the soldier's skin began to grow pale, his eyes bulging from his head. He tried to scream, but nothing came out. His body began to compress in on itself, as if he was being crushed. In a matter of seconds, the soldier was lifeless, his body hitting the ground. The entity peered over at her now, tilting its head to the side, giving her a light, airy hiss as its mouth formed a grin at her again. What happened next made her choose if she was to die or to live. The creature pointed its bony hand at her. She then heard a whisper in her ear, which said, "Möchten Sie sich ihnen anschließen?" Without giving a thought, her body moved on its own. She stood and bolted into the trenches to her left. She heard what she could only describe as laughter as she ran stumbling through the trench. Panic ruled her body and mind at this point. She passed over bodies that were just like those in the medical tent. She ran faster and faster, her lungs feeling as if they were about to burst. She could almost feel its hand on her cheek, its grip on her heart. Reaching the front line of the trench, she pulled herself up over the top. She stood breathing heavily, peering behind herself. She could see the eyes in the mist at the tree line. Without a thought, she ran into no man's land. She was crying out and stumbling as she ran. What broke her back to reality was a pain in her shoulder, her body falling back and landing in the mud. She placed a hand on her shoulder and saw blood. She just stared forward. After a very long while, she could only guess she'd been laying there in the mud for a few hours. All she heard was gunfire, the screams of men, explosions echoing in the distance. After some time, it all went quiet. She still did not move. Once it was starting to get dark, she began to move at last, getting to her knees. She looked around to see that the fog was still there. She stood up and walked back to the trench line, holding her shoulder. She then made her way to the officer's bunker. She entered, closing the door behind her to light a lantern. She crammed cloth into her wound and sat in the far corner of the bunker, next to the corpse of an officer. She sat in fetal position, with the lantern at her feet, and she stared down at a pistol in her hand. Looking over at the corpse, it began to let off a small steam-like smoke. What happened next pushed her deeper into shock, because the body began to decompose and decay before her very eyes, soon leaving nothing but dirt. She waited there for what felt like days. Eventually, there was a thudding at the bunker door. Nearly being driven mad, she took aim and opened fire at the door, screaming in the process, pulling the trigger on the gun even after the ammunition was spent. Her screams turned into weeping as she saw a soldier of one of the transferred units bust open the door, the blinding light of the sun outside shining into her eyes. She dropped the gun to the ground and cried, embracing the soldier. They did their best to comfort her. After that day, she would be removed from the front and sent back to her grandmother in Poznan while her wounds healed. She wouldn't speak for weeks, let alone eat for days at a time. However, when her husband was sent home to see her on leave from the front, she began to open up. By 1918, she was diagnosed with shell shock and honorably discharged from the military. Later on, she would be sent to aid in the influenza outbreak. After that outbreak, she would be diagnosed with schizophrenia. She would serve again during the Russo-Polish War. Later on, she would commit herself for mental evaluations from 1922 through 1923. She never really spoke of the events. Oftentimes, people would spread rumors that she had gone crazy and killed her own patients. She wouldn't really speak of this again until much later in life. I did some digging on the other two survivors from where she had been stationed. One of them disappeared 7 miles from the area the event took place in November 1923. And unfortunately, the other survivor would end up a victim of the German Camp Zaslau in 1940. Say what you will about this event and story, but the region she was stationed in is still locked off from the public to this day. Nobody is allowed in. The Basement. From Martin. I've always been the kind of person who believes in what they can see and touch. Ghosts, spirits, and otherworldly things, not in my book. I'm 42, divorced, and a father of 2 amazing kids. After the separation, I took a job as the nighttime janitor to pay the bills and to avoid paying for childcare. It was at an old downtown office building in the heart of Cincinnati, Ohio. That building had a long history, serving as everything from a bank to a library over the years. By the time I started, it was mostly rented out to tech startups and law firms. My first week there was pretty mundane. The building, despite its age, was well maintained. My duties include cleaning the bathrooms, vacuuming the floors, emptying trash bins, and occasionally fixing a faulty light. The place was huge, and sometimes the long, silent corridors could give me the chills. But there were no ghosts to worry about, just the occasional mouse or two. One Thursday night after finishing the 4th floor, I decided to take a break in one of the empty offices. This one in particular had a large window overlooking the downtown area. The city was beautifully lit, and the room was comfortable and silent. As I began to sip at my coffee, I heard what sounded like soft weeping coming from the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off, thinking it might be a leaky faucet or the wind from outside. But as I listened more intently, there was no denying it. Someone was crying. I felt a mix of curiosity and concern. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the corridor. The sound seemed to be coming from the end of the hallway, near the old storeroom. As I approached, the crying grew louder. It was a woman's voice, filled with so much pain. Thinking someone might be hurt, I quickened my pace. But when I reached the storeroom door and opened it, the crying abruptly stopped. The room was empty, save for old furniture and boxes. I called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" But there was no answer. Confused, I started to search the room. Then I noticed it, a small vent near the bottom of the wall. The sound must have traveled through the ventilation system. That meant the crying was coming from somewhere else in the building. Determined to help, I decided to follow the sound. I journeyed down to the 3rd floor, then the 2nd. The crying seemed to move as I did, always just out of reach. When I made it to the ground floor, the sobbing was clearer than ever. It was definitely coming from the basement. Now, I'd been in the basement only once, during my orientation. It was where the old bank vaults were. The place had a heavy, damp atmosphere, and I remember feeling a bit uneasy. But that was during the day. This was night. With every step I took down the creaky wooden stairs, the sobbing grew louder. But as I reached the basement, there was a sudden shift. The crying was replaced by a chilling silence. So I called out again, "Hello? Do you need help?" No response. With my flashlight guiding me, I walked deeper into the basement. And then I stumbled upon a horrific sight. A small makeshift room had been set up with worn-out carpets and old blankets. In the center was a metal chain attached to the wall. And at the end of that chain was a collar. My heart pounded as I realized someone had been held captive here. The crying, it had to be coming from them. But where were they now? Before I could process everything, I heard a low growl behind me. I spun around and was met with the sinister glare of a man, dirty and unkempt, holding a knife. "You shouldn't be here," he hissed. And that's where my memory fails me, because the next thing I knew, I woke up in a hospital bed. Apparently, a security guard had heard the commotion and found me unconscious in the basement. The police were involved, and an investigation began. I was told the man had been living secretly in the basement for months. The crying? Well, that came from a woman he had kidnapped. Thankfully, she was found and rescued from a different location. The man was arrested, but the damage was done. The terror I felt that night would stay with me forever. And as for the building, I never set foot there again. The days following that incident were a blur of police statements, therapy sessions, and sleepless nights. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that basement, heard the crying, and felt the cold glare of the man with the knife. The trauma left scars on my mind that refused to heal. The city was abuzz with the story. It turned out the man was a former employee of one of the tech companies in the building. After being fired, instead of leaving, he hid in the building, creating this sinister lair in the basement. Over time, he became obsessed with a coworker, leading to the eventual kidnapping. For weeks after, my kids stayed with their mother. The sight of their dad with hollowed-out eyes and a shaken spirit was too much for them. It was during one of our supervised visits that my daughter, Lily, gave me a drawing. It was of me holding a mop, with a big smile on my face, standing outside the building. "You're my hero, Daddy," she said, "because you found the lady and you made sure she was safe." Her words were a balm to my wounded soul. They reminded me that even in the darkest moments, there's a glimmer of hope and strength. I decided to attend therapy more regularly, focusing on healing and moving forward. As the months passed, I found a new janitorial job at a local high school. The environment was lighter there, and the memories of that fateful night started to fade. While I remained skeptical of the paranormal, I did become a firm believer in monsters, the ones that hide within the hearts of people. One day, as I was cleaning the school gym, I found a note on my cart. It read, "Thank you for saving me that night. Every day I wake up, I'm grateful for your bravery." The note wasn't signed, but I knew who it was from. That simple act of gratitude made me realize, in some twisted way, the incident had brought a deeper sense of purpose to my life. I wasn't just a janitor. I had, at least at one point, been a beacon of hope for someone in their darkest hour. Over time, the scars began to heal. While the memories never truly faded, they became reminders of resilience and the indomitable human spirit. Every so often, when I walk past an old building or hear a distant cry, I'm reminded of that night, of the depths of human cruelty, and of the strength we find in ourselves when faced with unspeakable horror. Faint Bernard and the Warbling Man, from X99X. I've been walking dogs on weekends for extra money since starting college a few years back. It helps pay for books, food, all that. I mostly just walk neighborhood dogs around the suburbs, but old Mrs. Winters has me hike trails with her sweet St. Bernard, Bella. We'll amble through the woods to the park and back. Takes about an hour usually. Last Saturday, I headed over around 6 p.m. to get Bella, like normal. She greeted me with her usual sloppy kisses before we hooked up her leash and headed out. The trail starts just behind Mrs. Winters' cul-de-sac. It winds through sparse woods and gets pretty dark once the sun starts going down. We were about halfway back on the trail after looping the park when Bella just collapsed without warning. She whimpered, and her legs completely buckled, sending her huge body toppling over. I panicked, kneeling next to her giant head, frantically feeling for a heartbeat. Under all that fur and fat, I finally found one. Thready, but steady. Her breathing seemed normal enough, too, but her eyes were closed. She was out cold. I had no idea what to do with an unconscious 170-pound dog in the middle of the woods at dusk. As I fished my phone out of my pocket to call Mrs. Winters to let her know what happened, a voice behind me asked, "Can you help me?" I turned around, expecting to see a runner who could help me rouse Bella, but I almost dropped my phone when I saw the owner of the voice. He was impossibly tall and thin, about 7 feet, wearing an actual honest-to-God trench coat and top hat. He looked so out of place. Between the shadows and hat, I couldn't see his face at all. Before I could say anything, he asked something else, voice strangely warbled. "Does your flesh feel heavy?" What? I stammered, shrinking away instinctively. Look, man, my dog..." "I'm very hungry," he interrupted, the warp in his voice intensifying. "Can you help me?" He moved forward then, not a step. There was no jounce in his body, like a typical step would cause. Instead, it was like he slid forward on a conveyor belt. Pure primal fear jolted through me. I knew implicitly that if I didn't get away from this freak right now, I was dead. I then heard something else coming up. Jogging footsteps, approaching. I nearly wept in relief. The steps were coming from behind me. I turned to glance, seeing a blonde woman with earbuds in. Realizing I'd taken my eyes off of this terrifying figure, I turned back. But the moment the woman appeared, apparently the towering guy with the trench coat had simply vanished. No footsteps, nothing, like he had never existed. The woman slowed to a walk and looked from me to Bella, who was sprawled limply in the leaves. She pulled out an earbud. "Whoa, your dog okay?" she panted. Before I could explain a thing, Bella suddenly lifted her giant head with a snort. Her tail wagged lazily when she spotted the newcomer. The jogger helped me get the dopey St. Bernard to her feet. Aside from a bit of dribble, Bella seemed utterly normal. Thank God. The jogger kept peering into the woods nearby after I profusely thanked her for stopping and helping. It was like she sensed something was off. "It's getting dark," she muttered, before replacing her earbud and continuing down the trail, throwing puzzled glances back at me, clinging desperately to Bella's collar. The rest of the walk home remains a blur. As soon as Bella was inside with a confused Mrs. Winters, I raced back to my dorm at a dead sprint, triple-checking my lock and sitting there, shaking on the couch. I don't know exactly what I encountered on that trail while Bella lay unconscious. It looked like a person, sure, but I know it wasn't. The entire time I talked with that man, my animal instincts screamed predator. Every ounce of my being vibrated with certainty that if the jogger hadn't showed up precisely when she did, I doubt I would be here to tell anyone about the hungry thing in the trench coat. Whatever that creature was, it wasn't natural. It didn't belong there. And I know it was that thing that caused Bella to collapse somehow. It wanted me alone, but for what twisted purpose I can't even imagine. I swear its presence leached all warmth from the air. Just being near it was wrong, like a black hole where life can't exist. Maybe I imagined things after the shock of Bella fainting unexpectedly, but I highly doubt it. These days, I don't take the back trails anymore. I haven't walked Bella since it happened. I do miss her. I wish I could forget that hungry, warped voice asking for help that I know I couldn't give him, not willingly. Vowing to never forget feels melodramatic, but I know for dang sure that thing will kill me if it found me again, alone in the woods at night. The Drench, from mariscully. One Saturday night in February, my friends and I went to a party. We were 5 girls, but this story is mainly focused on 4 of us, and I'll refer to us as S, K, G, and myself, or M. We danced, drank, and had fun, and at the end of the night, we left in different Ubers. G and I left the party by ourselves in one car, whereas K and S left in another. G would be spending the night at my place. When we arrived at my house, I tried to be as quiet as possible, because my parents were asleep. I changed out of my clothes, tossing them on the floor, and G did the same, but she placed her socks inside her boots. This may sound silly, but these details will be important. We brushed our teeth and washed our faces and went to bed. The following day, we woke up somewhat early, since G had some errands to run. I couldn't find my keys, then I remembered I left them in my jeans pocket. When I grabbed them, I noticed my jeans were totally drenched. So was my shirt, and G's clothes as well, even her socks. Hesitantly, I smelled them. They didn't smell like anything. Then I checked out my room for any leaks or rain or anything of the sort, but there was nothing. It was very odd, even more so the fact that G's socks were inside her boots, so how could they have gotten wet? What happened last night? You might be thinking we were sleepwalking, but no, if anyone had sleepwalked to do that, trust me, someone would have noticed. To have that amount of water in our clothes, they need to have been placed in the shower or something. And that, of course, would have left a trail of water. But the only wet things in that room were our articles of clothing. And there had been no rain, no leaks, no glasses of water, no sleepwalking. As G had to leave as soon as possible, and I didn't want my parents to know of the incident, as they'd probably blame it on alcohol or partying, we didn't talk about it much. I walked G to the door and she left. After that, I didn't tell anyone anything. I just washed my clothes and went on with my day. It was soon Monday. I kind of forgot about the whole thing. I had school, so my friend Kay picked me up. We lived in the same neighborhood. On our way to school, she told me, "Something weird happened to S and I on Sunday morning." Curious, I listened to her story. As I said, Kay and S had left the party in a different Uber, along with Kay's brother and friends. When they arrived home, S was very drunk, so she blacked out on Kay's bed. Before going to sleep, Kay made sure to lock her bedroom door, something she does every single night. After that, she changed to her pajamas and went to sleep. The next day, S woke up first, only to find out she was wearing no pants, just a towel wrapped around her, covering her from the waist down. So she stood up to grab her pants, which had been tossed on the floor. When she picked them up, guess what? They were drenched. Just like mine, just like G's. And soon we found out that Kay's clothes were drenched as well. Kay was scared, not because of the large amounts of water that lay on their fabrics, but for S's safety. Who had wrapped her in a towel, and why? What if someone entered their room at night? But she checked the door, and it was still locked. And, just as in our case, there were no water spills, no leaks, no rain, no accidents. As I said, we live in the same neighborhood, so any climate occurrences would be noticed by both parties. S doesn't know how she could get a towel. It was Kay's house, so S wouldn't know where the towels were even kept. And in any case, why would she even go grab one? Who sleeps in a towel for seemingly no reason? It makes no sense, even if she was drunk. S was confused, but not scared since nothing bad had happened to her. Now, imagine our confusion when I told Kay that same thing happened to G and I that night. Sure, if it was an isolated incident, I would not have given it much thought. I could have easily blamed it on alcohol somehow, maybe just extreme humidity, anything like that. But the exact same thing happening to the four of us in different houses, it just doesn't add up. Again, it did not rain that night. It didn't rain before that night. It didn't rain at the party. We had dry clothes when the four of us arrived home. We are not sleepwalkers, and Kay and I had basically sobered up by the time we arrived at our separate homes. So what happened? What do you think happened to us? Nothing similar has happened to us before or after. To this day, we still wonder what truly happened that night. It's a mystery that continues to perplex us, leaving us with more questions than answers. Just getting started. From no one. This is one of my earliest memories. I was about 3 to 4 years old. We had moved into a house that was recently built. We were the first to live there, of course. My family and I were opening our presents on Christmas morning. It was me, my dad, my mom, and older brother. I just opened this playphone. It was a pink Barbie plastic dial-up type. I was exaggerating as if someone was calling and I was answering the phone. When I put it up to my ear and said hello, I heard an older man say something through the toy phone. I was so startled, I slammed down the handset and stared at it in disbelief. Even though I was quite young, I still understood it was just a toy, and I should not have heard anyone else talking. My mom turned to me, asking what was wrong. I just said that there was a man on the phone. Of course, she didn't believe me, but I know it happened. I didn't believe it either. I just have no explanation for what I heard. The voice was older and gruff. That's all I can remember about it. Not too long after that, we moved from that house to the next. This next one was a 2-story house that had a lot of activity that my whole family experienced. The first thing we noticed was the bedroom, which I was to stay in. There was a heavy weight in that room, as well as a red pentagram on the wall. My father had attempted to paint over it multiple times before having me move to a different room, because no matter what color he tried, it always showed through. We went ahead and fully moved in. It was about a month after we moved in that we started to see things. The first was my mother. She began seeing this child who looked exactly like my brother running around the house, even though she would be home alone and knew he was at school. This happened on numerous occasions, and it wasn't the only place we stayed in that she saw him. Next to experience something like this was me. I would wake up in the middle of the night to see what looked like an older man outside my window. I was on the 2nd floor, so for him to reach my window, he would need a ladder. This man looked to be about 60 to 70 years old, with a hat and glowing red eyes. I would freeze in fear every time I saw him. I would lay there, staring at him as he stared at me for an immeasurable amount of time, before I would ultimately gain the courage to get up and run to my parents' room. I would wake both of them up, screaming about a man in the window. My father would immediately go and look, coming back to say that no one was there. After I did this a few times, my father got annoyed and finally put curtains up on my window. The problem with that was, after a few nights with the curtains up, the man seemed to move to my closet. I would wake up to the sound of it opening just a crack. All I would see was one glowing red eye looking at me through this crack. I got my dad to take off the curtains, since I would rather see him outside than in my room. My father and brother would experience things together. The main activity they experienced was glass shattering into small pieces without anyone next to it. In our living room, we had a glass coffee table. On this occasion, my brother was on the opposite side of the room, playing with his toys and watching TV. My father was entering the room from the kitchen, about to ask what my brother wanted for lunch. That's when the table shattered into pieces as soon as he took a step into the room. According to my dad, there was a loud boom when it shattered. My father got the table replaced with a wooden one after that. On another occasion, we were all in the room when a glass of water shattered out of nowhere. At one point, my father was in the bathroom, giving my brother a bath, when the mirror shattered. We stayed in that house for about 6 months, before moving yet again. This was just the start of what was to come. I don't know if it was bad luck, or if there was something attached to us, but nearly every time we moved, we had experiences. These days, I live with my boyfriend, and we've lived in 2 different houses and still have problems. Just a few days ago, we both heard walking on the stairs and the back door opening and closing. We went through the house and searched, but found no one. The best part was that the door was still locked. There's so much that has happened in my life, and it still goes on, and I'm not sure if it'll ever stop. The Skwentna AK Happenings, from Quillback. I grew up in a rural community in the Skwentna area of Alaska, a place that doesn't often appear on maps. Its only claim to fame is being a place the Iditarod passes on the way to Nome. It isn't a town or even a village, rather a scattered community of homesteaders, apocalypse preppers, lodge operations, and wealthy southerners with summer retreats, all spread for miles up and down the river. It tends not to be a very frightening place, though it can be dangerous. Whether hostile wildlife or smash-and-grab criminals, if you know how to handle it with a rifle, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yet, as long as I've lived out there, I have had an uncanny fear of being out in the woods alone. My family has a homestead nearby a large marsh. Ever since I was a child, I could see that expanse of grass and water outside my window. It could be mesmerizingly beautiful watching the wind ripple through that sea of grass, but at the same time, there was always something off-putting or eerie about it, especially when night came. Alaska is known as the place of the midnight sun during the summer. It never really gets dark, unlike the winter. Instead, everything gets suspended in a drawn-out dusk until morning breaks again. The sun falls just enough below the horizon that the sky grays and all the colors become muted with less definition. But there's still enough light to see everything, to make out shapes, the perfect conditions to make you think you're seeing things. I'd be looking out my window, watching the mist roll over the now still grassy expanse, thinking I could almost make out things moving on the far side of the marsh. I would always dismiss it. Moose are frequent and love to browse the aquatic vegetation there. And yet, there was always a fear I could not rationalize or explain. I didn't know where it came from. When I was young, I attributed the fear to bears. After all, there were many cases of hungry grizzlies breaking into cabins and attacking people in their beds. This actually happened to one of our neighbors, a story I might share another time. Later, my family had to put down a problem bear that had been breaking into our garbage shed. With it lying dead before me, I realized that maybe bears weren't behind this unknown terror. This strange, irrational dread went on for many years, until I was old and big enough to be allowed to go out on my own. It subsided with the newfound freedom I gained. I could go wherever I wished, whenever I wished. I could explore, and I did, as many children do. I tromped around the woods. I would usually be armed with a big axe, bear spray, and a .22. The area we built on was raised with a steep wooded slope that ended at the edge of the marsh. These slopes encircled at least half of the marsh before it flattened out on the other side. I typically paraded around on the highlands, never really venturing down these slopes to the marsh. The year 2016 was when it began, or perhaps it had always been, and I was only just then noticing. There's a big trail that overlooks the marsh. It's where we had long ago pushed old stumps and rotten logs, debris from trail creation, off the side of the slope, creating kind of a giant ball of dirt and tangled wood that one could stand on to overlook the marsh. I was speeding by at the time on a four-wheeler, and I just happened to look in that direction. And when I did, there was something there. Something standing in the trail by the debris pile. To this day, I almost chalk it up to me seeing things, but I felt it should be included. I went by so quick I never really got a good look at it. It looked like it wasn't really there, like an apparition of some kind. An enormous hunched body suspended on thin emaciated legs with long spindly arms reaching out to its side. It was gray like a dark cloud. It had a big neck and a huge snouted head. There wasn't enough definition to the body, and I was going too fast to see much of anything else. After I'd passed it, I stopped and backed up to see if I could catch a glimpse of it again. There was nothing to see. I ruminated on that sighting. All I could think of was some enormous bipedal moose or wolf. It couldn't have been a bear. Bears' limbs are quite thick and stocky, not long and emaciated. The fear returned, and this time I felt like I knew where it was coming from. Since 2016, there have been happenings, perhaps brought on by my own foolishness. The next year, I sought to conquer my fear, saying to myself I was only seeing things, and if it was an animal, it was only an animal. A friend was staying with me at the time, and I invited him on a squirrel hunt with me. An excuse for me to go down where I saw that thing, and in the adjacent area, prove to myself that there was nothing to fear, with a friend for backup. I regret having dragged him down there now. It was pretty scummy of me now that I think about it. Armed with axes, spray, and rifles, we went down the slope the debris pile was on. It was quiet. There were no squirrels chattering in the trees, no chickadees chirping. Even the ever-present mosquitoes lessened and quietened. The only sound was us wading through the bush. Toward the bottom of the debris pile at the marsh's edge, we came across a bone, a femur belonging to something. We didn't think too much of it. After all, you'll find bones every now and then, especially out in the bush. But eventually we found more. A whole moose carcass, picked clean and scattered around the base of the debris pile. Its ribcage lay derelict, bleached by the sun, still interconnected by dried cartilage. We both thought it interesting, stopping to examine the remains. It was old. There was no smell. Perhaps 1 or 2 years had passed since its death. As we sat there over the bones, we looked behind us, noticing that the pile of debris had several tunnels dug through it into the side of the slope. Dense tufts of moose hair littered around it. Perhaps a bear had dug its den here. Wisely, we decided to leave, moving horizontally along the slope away from those tunnels. The dread began to seep back into me, though. I powered through it, making excuses. Maybe a bear had eaten the moose and hibernated there a long time ago, I thought to myself. But as we progressed, things became, well, uncanny. Along the slope, there were many well-worn trails going alongside it, which we walked on to avoid bushwhacking. No discernible tracks could be made out, but there were definitely signs of moose, where they had stripped off leaves and bark to eat, and large patches of flattened grass where something had bedded down. Eventually, we came across another carcass, more intact this time, its bones less scattered. Likely only 1 winter since it died. Its skeletal body was covered in the crunchy shells of dead insects and maggots. Weird. And its neck had been snapped. One of its vertebrae cleanly broken like someone breaking a carrot in half. We thought it strange and moved on. As we went, we began to notice that every so often by the side of the trail, there was a young aspen or poplar sapling bent over with a log or something holding down its top, like the log had been placed there to keep it bent over. We found places where there were multiple saplings bent over to array in strange patterns, like one after the other in a row. Growing more unnerved, we continued, eventually seeing little sticks all laid around the base of a bigger tree, like a tiny teepee. At that point, we noped out of there, heading back to the house. We got back inside and were just taking off our jackets and shoes when it happened. There was a howl or a deep moan, something like that. I struggled to describe it, but it was so deep, so loud, I could feel it in my chest, like it rattled my very lungs. The only thing I can really liken it to was when I was at a military air show and the F-15s did a low flyby over the attendees. The jolt and the air reverberating in your lungs is something that you just can't forget. This howl boomed once, and that was it. I felt that whatever it was telling us, I know where you've been, and I know where you live. My buddy and I were shaken, but we both came to the excuse of, did you hear that howl? It had to have been a wolf or something. But when we looked at each other, we both knew darn well it was no wolf. After this trek down the slope, there's been things happening. We'll find moose carcasses increasingly close to our house, with most being yearling calves, which are about the size of horses. And we never hear any fight or commotion, so it's assumed that whatever kills them drags their carcasses close to our place. And every time, it's the same. The neck is snapped, sometimes with the head detached. One time in the winter, we went out to the shed to find a moose head sitting in the doorway, its decapitated body just off to the side of the building. It's been a while, and I may be misremembering, but we might have also found a leg in a tree as well. And every time, it's the same procedure. We burn or dispose of the carcass so our dogs don't get into it. We heard one of the neighbors had something big trying to dig under his house while he was gone one evening. All his dogs had been huddled under the cabin when he came back. He found massive claw marks and overturned earth at the edge of his home. He had to coax his own dogs out, letting them sleep in the house with him. A couple of nights later, one of his dogs went missing. A bear? Maybe. I'd find strange tracks I wouldn't know what to make of, one or two in the middle of the trail, with no discernible trackway, even what looked like semi-human handprints in the mud of a nearby lake bottom. I don't know what to make of this. A lot of it can kind of be explained away by coincidences. But the one thing that sold this for me was when I was alone one night at the house in an upstairs bedroom. I was reading a book in bed when I heard something outside. Something was running around on the lawn. I got up out of bed to go take a look, and I hear this massive whack, as if something just hit the side of the house. I freeze, hearing something running around with loud, ragged breathing. I turn off my lights and lock the door. The breathing continues, heaving and panting, gargling breaths. I ended up recording a little on my phone, but due to the crappy audio, I couldn't really make it out over the sound of a clock ticking in the background. I gathered my courage and peeped out the window. Nothing there, but it sounded so close. It had stopped running, and all I could hear was that breathing. Yet, try as I might looking out the window, I saw nothing. No movement, not anything. It was as if whatever it was hugged the side of the house under the eaves to stay hidden from my view. The breathing slowed to the occasional huff and pant. Then, as suddenly as it had come, it just stopped. The next morning, I found a large poplar stick with a long indentation in the house paint. Whatever it was had hit the side of the house with a stick, which must have been the whack I heard. Since that night, with the breathing and the stick, there have been no more carcasses. Life has gone relatively back to normal. I have reluctantly gone back down over the slope, looking for property markers. The bones are gone, and the tunnels in the debris pile have collapsed or eroded. Thankfully, nothing came of me going down there. Other than that, it's been quiet. I don't know, maybe I'm going crazy, making connections between things that aren't really connected. My fear has subsided. It's smaller, but still there in the back of my mind whenever I'm alone in the woods. I do have some pictures of the marsh and some bones, a sketch of the apparition and the last moose carcass that was left by our place. These will be linked in the description. These were just my personal experiences, but I've heard some other non-related scary Alaskan stories from friends, if you're interested. Quiet Nights from TeaFox. I work in a small library in a rural town of North Carolina. Our town is small with a population of roughly 2,000. The kind of place where everybody knows everybody, and most of us have gone to school together at some point. So it's really a good sense of community and safety. The night was the same as any other. I was working overnight, sorting books, logging them into the brand new computer, and getting the other books ready to be sent out the following morning. My book trolley was settled in front of the desk, loaded with books to go back on the shelves, and a few drawings the children made, which was to go on a wall in the children's section. I'd logged in the last book for the evening, looking for my coworker Alex, who usually helped me put some books on the higher shelves, but he was nowhere to be seen. I figured he was in the restroom, so I just got started on the drawings. I crossed the front room, going down a small hallway. I was a bit tired at that point, so I didn't think anything of it when the light in the children's room was off. It took a moment of fumbling before I got the fluorescent lights to burst into life, which revealed that some books had been scattered across the floor, and the character plushies from the top of the shelves had now been placed on top of a few of these scattered books. I was bewildered. I was just in this room earlier in the evening. There were no books or plushies on the floor as I left. Perhaps Alex had accidentally knocked into a shelf. I set the drawings down on a nearby table, and I got to work, putting A Wrinkle in Time, some Narnia books, and a few others back on the shelf. And I even placed a stuffed Pikachu back on its little rocking chair, which was perched atop the manga section. I frowned, wondering how Alex could have been so clumsy. Usually he's a very careful person, but I shrugged it off. I got some thumbtacks from the desk and pinned the drawings up onto the back wall of the room. I then turned, and I heard something shuffling behind me. The Pikachu was back on the floor again. At this point, I was a bit annoyed, confused, even slightly startled. I sat the Pikachu firmly back upon the chair, making sure it wouldn't move again, just in case I hadn't set it in the doll-sized chair before. Maybe I just didn't place it right. "Stay put," I muttered. I looked on my book trolley and picked out a few Animorphs to put back on the shelves. As I turned to put them up, I let out a mix of a gasp of shock and a frustrated grunt. There on the ground was Pikachu again. But in addition to the little yellow mouse was another plush, now sitting on the rug in the middle of the room. I grabbed my phone, fully convinced that Alex was messing with me. I heard his phone ring across the hallway, and I swear I felt my hands grow cold. He was in the main room, so there was absolutely no way he could have snuck past me like that. "Hello, Heather?" he asked, having picked up his phone. I was at a loss for words for a moment. You're in the main room, right?" He hung up, rather rudely I thought, and walked into the children's room, looking at me firmly. "I was. Why?" I pointed at the plushes on the floor. "You're not messing with me? Did we check if everyone was gone from the building?" He walked over, picking up the plushes and setting them down where they were supposed to go. "Look, I'm sure nobody's in here. We've both walked the building back and forth. And I wasn't messing with you. In fact, when I got out of the bathroom, I came looking for you." I pinched my lips together, firmly, for a second, before deciding to brush this off. Again, maybe I just didn't set the plushes down properly. "Okay, well, take the trolley, and please put up the higher books. I must have not set them right." He tugged on the metal handle of the trolley, giving me a long look. "I think you might need some rest. This is your third day in a row and you look tired. Why don't you go get some coffee? I've got this." I sighed, pushing my glasses up my nose, before nodding, knowing he was right. "Yeah, thanks for that. I'll take a break in a moment. I have one more book to put back." He nodded, pushing the trolley out the door and down the hallway. I took the last Animorphs book and placed it on the shelf. I then took a glance around the room and nearly lost my nerve. There was a small shadow, barely as tall as my hip, reaching for a plush on the shelf. I froze, not sure what to do, as the plush went to the floor and the shadow seemed to look at me. I lost it. I must have, because all I remember is screaming and the shadow vanishing, sinking into the floor beside the new plush. Alex came running back in, his feet heavy on the wooden floor. Hey, what's wrong? What's Aslan doing on the floor? Heather, did you see something? Did something fall on you?" He was holding a heavy dictionary like a weapon. I stood in absolute, horrified shock before shaking my head and then telling him what I saw. He walked the aisles with the dictionary held tight in his grip. "I don't see anyone. Are you sure you saw something?" "Yes, I'm sure, Alex." My voice was stern, but I was absolutely shaking. I felt like the air was too thick in the room, so I stepped out into the hallway. "Look, just come with me for the evening, okay? I can't do this today." He looked at me, putting the dictionary down. "I think you need to go home and sleep. Shadow children of all things to see?" I gave a frustrated sigh. "It's true, though." I looked over, seeing a small hand shove a series of unfortunate events onto the floor. Alex whirled around, gaping at the sudden mess. "Did you—" I was already halfway into the main room, refusing to deal with that. "Nope, I'm not dealing with it either," I called back. Alex quickly left the room, joining me in the main room. "So, that?" Yeah. I knew he didn't have much more to say on the topic, so we just agreed to never speak of it again. Things still happen to this day. Plushes flying off shelves, books toppling over, figures of children, and many other things. I'm starting to get used to it, but it will always send a shot of fear up my spine. Terror in the Chapel. From Jack9053. I'm a Mormon, and at the time I lived in the beautiful Columbia River Gorge of Oregon. In the spring of 1996, I was the executive secretary for a Bishop A. Since I worked nights, I would get my work done at the chapel the night before Sunday meetings. My wife C, my brother K, and I are very sensitive to things of a spiritual nature, except our dealings have always been positive. I knew the old building like the back of my hand, not turning on the lights except in whatever room I happened to be using. I would use the bishop's office to type out my reports and programs for Sunday meetings. The office and the media center with the copy machine were the only rooms I used lights in. The rest of the building I kept dark. I shut the lights off and closed and locked the door, preparing to leave the paperwork in the bishop's office for the following day. As I stood in the darkness of the hallway, I glanced up the hall to the outside door by the genealogy library. I then saw them. 2 figures taller than me. I'm 6'5". They were standing by the door. They were shimmery yellow with green eyes. I fled in terror and locked myself in the bishop's office. It took about 15 minutes to calm down enough to think rationally. I knelt down and prayed that I would stop being such a scaredy cat. When I finished praying, I felt prompted to return and banish whatever I saw by the power of the priesthood. When I cast them out, I felt a tremendous rage as I turned and ran. In my head, I heard something say, "If you marry C, I will destroy you." C lived 2 doors down from me, and being a night owl too, I burst through her door in hysterics. It took her an hour to calm me down so that I'd make sense. I told her about what happened. We had never even approached the subject of marriage, as we were just good friends. We decided right then we needed to get married as soon as possible. C said I needed to speak to the bishop first thing in the morning. When I returned home and got into bed about 5 a.m., the phone rang. It was my brother. He said he knew something bad had happened and wanted to know what it was. I relayed the previous events to him. Kay had been awakened knowing something bad had happened. He agreed I needed to speak with my bishop about what occurred. When I met with my bishop, he took the matter seriously, as he had served his mission on the Navajo reservation. He immediately made an appointment for C and myself with the stake president for that morning. The stake president agreed I had had an encounter with evil entities. The building was consecrated and therefore holy ground. He said the genealogy library was open to the public and people entered and exited through the side door, so it was possible an evil spirit might have hitched a ride with one of the patrons. The stake presidency gave C and I a blessing of protection, and they cast any evil spirits from the building. They said they agreed that C and I were doing the right thing by getting married, and we married in less than a month. And we'd end up spending 23 wonderful years together until C passed away. Late night at the park. From 1314 Recon. I was staying late at the ranger station that night in the summer of 2003, trying to finish up a report on the recent wasting disease cases we'd found in some of the deer. Now, the cases were quite interesting and eerie, but the report itself was boring. And honestly, I was just itching to get out of there and go home. As I typed away, I glanced out the window. It was getting dark fast. The sky was already turning a dusky purple-gray. I was so focused on completing the report, I didn't even hear the first tap on the glass. The second one made me nearly jump out of my seat. I looked over at the office window, surprised to see a woman standing there, looking out at the woods behind the station. Her back was to me, so I couldn't see her face. My first thought was that she might be lost or in some kind of trouble to have wandered this deep into the park alone at dusk. I went over and tapped on the glass to get her attention. "Ma'am?" I called out. "Can I help you with something?" She didn't turn around. When she finally spoke, her voice sounded strange and flat. "Please, let me in," she said. She raised her arm limply, pointing in the direction of the station door. Suddenly, a chill went down my spine. I wasn't sure why, exactly. Maybe the way she said it was so lifeless and strange. It made me hesitate for a moment. "Are you okay, ma'am?" I asked gently. "Did you lose your way out there?" For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to open the window or to head over to the door to begin to let her in. "Please, let me in," she said. She repeated in the same empty tone as before. It wasn't even like she had said it again. Rather, it was like a recording being replayed. And still, she faced away from me. The fear swirling in my gut grew stronger. Something definitely wasn't right here. I backed up, quickly going around the small building, checking all the doors and windows to make sure they were locked. Then I went back to the office, closing the office door firmly and locking it, just in case. Maybe this woman was on drugs or dangerously mentally ill. Either way, being alone out here with her made me feel unsafe. Back safe in the office, I slowly turned around to face the window. But now there was no one there. She had simply vanished inexplicably into the deepening dusk. I radioed the situation to Pete, the other ranger on duty that night. He said he would swing by to check things out and keep an eye out for her. But I told him not to worry too much. Though I was pretty freaked out, it was likely some confused woman who wandered off the trails. Still, I had this ominous feeling. I couldn't shake it. I chalked it up to working too late and being tired. About 10 minutes went by as I tried to focus on my reports again, when I heard another tap on the glass. Dread filled my heart, and I whirled around. There she was again, back at the same window, except now she was facing me and staring right at me. I couldn't breathe. Her eyes were jet black, reflecting no light whatsoever. And in place of a mouth, there was nothing. Just smooth skin. How was she able to speak before? I wondered. My heart pounded painfully as we locked eyes. As I clumsily backed away, I hit my leg hard at the corner of the desk, causing me to fall over. In a panic, I quickly regained my footing, standing up and facing the window, and now she was gone. I had no idea what I'd just seen, what I'd encountered. Some demon or spirit of the forest. I suddenly felt very unsafe being in that isolated station, all by myself. Nothing but wooden walls separating me from that if it decided to come back. I made the choice to pack it up and head home for the night, even though it meant leaving that report unfinished. I walked briskly to my truck, covered in goosebumps. I kept glancing around for any sign of that strange woman. Thankfully, the darkness revealed nothing. Over the next few nights, I had trouble sleeping. I kept having these nervous dreams filled with her empty black eyes and mouthless face. Eventually, they faded, and I convinced myself it must have been some elaborate prank. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Still, the day after the incident, I included her in my report for the day. Never did see hide nor hair of her again. Sometimes I wonder if it even really happened, or if it was all just my overactive imagination getting away from me out there alone in the woods. Either way, I now make sure to finish up my work and clear out before dusk whenever I have to work late, just to be completely safe. And that window, whenever I'm on duty, stays permanently closed with the curtains drawn. The Other Girl in the Room, from Mavie Wavy. The following story contains an account of self-harm. I'm 25 years old, but this incident happened when I was 14. My mother worked for the government, so every 3 years she would be transferred to somewhere else in the country. I grew up with my grandparents, and my mother would visit whenever she could, or we would go visit her over summer vacation and other holidays. The town she was in where the incident occurred was very suburban, but remote. She was put up in this old but huge apartment with about 10 of her colleagues and their families staying in the building. There were large tracts of dry land all around the building, and it wasn't unusual to find no neighbors for miles. I was with her for 2 months of summer vacation, and I was bored for the most part. I mean, there wasn't much to do there, so I would usually spend my days playing video games or watching TV. I did have a big room all to myself, which was great in the mornings, but as soon as it got dark, there was a very eerie vibe from the room that I just couldn't quite figure out. For one, it had this dark space in the corner where no light could penetrate, and I was just really afraid of dark places. But I shook it off, thinking it was just my imagination, and somehow continued to stay there. It was the night of April 5th. I'll never forget the date because what happened gives me shivers even to this day, 9 years later. I finished dinner, said goodnight to my mom, and turned in for the night. I tossed and turned for a while, not feeling very comfortable, but at some point, I was in a nice lull. That's when I heard it, sobbing, soft sobbing, coming from the corner of the room. At first, I thought it was someone outside, or someone from the house below ours, but the sobbing seemed to echo off that corner. I sat up slowly, heart pounding, glancing at this dark space. At first glance, I couldn't make out a thing. Then a silhouette started to appear. It was a girl. She faced away from me, cradling as her bony spine went to and fro in the dark. I think that was the moment I honestly forgot to breathe. Fear overtook every part of me, and I didn't even know what to do. I blinked once, thinking I was dreaming. When I opened my eyes, she was at the foot of my bed. She was pale and had scraggly hair. For the brief second that I saw her, before I screamed my lungs out, she had her head tilted, as though she were observing me, curiously. The next thing I knew, my mother came rushing in, turning on the lights and holding me tight. I didn't realize I was still screaming. The sound was just numb to me. As she tried to comfort me, I fell into a mess of sobs, hyperventilating, still trying to make sense of what just happened. Some of the people in the building had heard the scream, and they came running to check on us. After what felt like ages, I managed to calm down a bit, and out of sheer exhaustion, I passed out in my mother's bed at some point. When I woke up the next day, it all felt like a dream. In fact, I was convinced the whole incident was a bad nightmare. That was until a friendly neighborhood woman came to visit my mother, checking in on us. While they spoke, assuming I was still sleeping, I eavesdropped. The woman seemed a bit on edge, her voice quivering as she told my mother that the people who had stayed there before us had a troubled daughter. The daughter was prone to violent fits and never really left the house. "And well, that was her room," said the lady, pointing to my room. She sighed before continuing, "That was where she hung herself." I was frozen, barely able to breathe. The woman's voice dropped to almost a whisper as she nervously told my mother, "Yesterday was the 2nd anniversary of her death." My mother gasped softly. As for me, I was still frozen numb, not really knowing how to process this. So I'd seen a girl in my room, the girl who had killed herself in there. My mother and the woman agreed not to mention anything to me, but it was too late. That girl sitting in the corner sobbing, her pale specter in front of my bed. It was all etched into my mind like a scar that would never heal. For the rest of the summer vacation, I refused to set foot in the room, even during daylight. And over time, the memory became a bit bearable, even fading to an extent. But the fear, oh the fear, it's dug in too deep that every fiber of my being feels it, even to this day. Hospital Terror, from Lady Blue. I've been working as a nurse in hospital in my city for over 3 years now. The hospital in which I'm working is very big. It has 6 floors and there are a lot of patients in there. I really love my job, and I do enjoy helping people. But you see, I have one problem with my job. I never liked working the night shift at this hospital. I'm not really a night owl. Also, it was always too quiet, too dark, too lonely. But I needed the money, and I needed the extra pay, so it was hard to say no to. Another problem with the night shift was the lack of staff. So in order to get the job done, we would often split, so that each nurse would take one floor and all the patients therein. Every floor had different types of patients, so to keep work fair, we would often switch floors every week. That Saturday, I agreed to work a night shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I arrived at the hospital a few minutes before 11 p.m., and I checked in with the receptionists. One of them handed me a clipboard with a list of patients and their rooms. While checking my list, I realized I wouldn't have many patients, and most of them were elderly people. I felt a bit relieved. Fewer people usually means less work, and elderly folks usually don't make that much out of their problems, as younger ones do. You see, if you act nicely around them and show them that you care, they'll listen to you, and they won't make much of a fuss. Should be an easy night, I thought. I took my list, and I went to the changing room, and I put on my uniform. After that, I took the elevator to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was usually full of patients with breathing problems and diseases. I walked down the hallway, checking the names and numbers on the doors, making sure everything was in order. I started to check my patients, following the list. Some patients were sleeping, but some weren't. If a patient didn't have to take his medication, I would just check them and move on. But if they were awake, I would greet each patient, introducing myself as their nurse for the night, asking them if they needed anything besides their medications. But as I said, most of them were asleep or too tired to talk. They would usually just nod. It took me some time, but eventually I managed to check every patient from my list, and just when I wanted to get some coffee, I heard noises from the last room on the floor. The room was 417. Weird, I said to myself. According to the list, room 417 should be empty. I knocked on the door and opened it slowly. The room was dark, except for a faint glow from the window. I saw an old man lying on the bed. He looked frail and pale, almost like a ghost. I walked closer to his bed. They must have forgotten to add him on the list for the night, I thought. According to the chart on his bed, he was 68 years old and had been admitted a week ago with a severe case of pneumonia, and he needed a machine to help him breathe. His condition was terminal, and he was just waiting for the inevitable. I checked his list of contacts to see if he had family or close friends. Unfortunately, the list was empty. Poor guy didn't have anyone. He would die alone. "Hello, Mr. Smith. I'm your nurse for the night. Do you need anything?" I asked. But he didn't react. He didn't open his eyes. He didn't move. He didn't even seem to breathe. I checked his vital signs on the monitor from the machine he was hooked onto. They were stable, but low. He was alive, barely. Weird thing was that from the moment I entered the room, I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't like being in that room. I felt really uncomfortable. It's hard to explain why I felt like that, but it was the strangest feeling I'd ever felt. I decided to make it quick. I adjusted his pillows, his blankets, checked his IV drip. I also checked the catheter. I made sure everything was in order, and I turned to leave. As I was about to exit the room, I heard a voice behind me. It was faint, but it was clear. He said, "Don't go." I froze. I looked back at his bed. Mr. Smith was still lying there, motionless. His eyes were closed, his mouth was blocked by his breathing tube, and his chest was almost still. He couldn't have spoken. It was impossible. I thought I must have imagined it. I shook my head and I tried to ignore it. I walked towards the door again and reached for the handle. "Don't go," the voice repeated. It sounded louder and more urgent this time. I stopped. I felt a surge of fear and curiosity. I turned around and I walked over to his bed. I leaned over Mr. Smith and looked at his face. His eyes were still closed, but the voice wouldn't stop. I kept hearing, "Don't go, don't go, don't go." I was stunned. How was he talking? How was he conscious? What did he want from me? I tried to calm myself and speak to him. I said, "Mr. Smith, can you hear me? Do you know where you are? Do you know who I am?" He didn't answer. He just kept repeating it. Despite my disbelief and fear, I felt pity and compassion. He must be scared, I thought. He must be lonely. He must feel his life slipping away. Maybe he just wants someone to stay by his side, to comfort him, to hold his hand. But how can he talk with me? How could I hear his voice? I just couldn't understand. Despite all that, I decided to stay with him for a while. I pulled up a chair next to his bed, and I sat down. I took his hand and squeezed gently. It was cold, but I didn't mind. I said to him, "It's okay, Mr. Smith. I'm here with you. You're not alone. You can rest now." I'm not sure if he heard me, but the voice in my head stopped. I didn't know what else to say, so I just sat there, holding his hand, watching his monitor. I hoped that he would find peace and relief. I knew I couldn't help him, that he was probably going to die tonight, but at least I was there with him. It seemed to be his last night. In the end, I stayed with him throughout the whole night. Around 6 a.m., when the sun started to shine, I walked out of his room to grab some coffee. There, at the coffee machine, I met with my coworker. She was worried because she hadn't seen me the whole night. We would usually drink coffee together around 2 a.m. when we'd have a little break. But this time, I hadn't been around. I explained I had been with a very sick patient from room 417. "Girl, don't mess with me," she said. "Just admit you forgot, and I'll forgive you." I looked at her confused, asking her why she thought I was messing with her. She said to me, "Room 417 has been empty for the last 2 weeks. "Empty? No, impossible. Mr. Smith is in there. I spent all night with him." When she realized I wasn't joking with her, she quickly stopped laughing and got very serious. We quickly went over to room 417 and looked inside. When we entered the room, I couldn't believe what I saw. The room was empty. The room seemed to have been cleaned from top to bottom. The bed was made. It looked like no one had been lying in it. My coworker again started to joke with me, saying that I needed to start drinking more coffee. But I was certain of what I saw that night. Later, when I was leaving the hospital, I asked one of our receptionists about Mr. Smith. I was shocked when she said to me that Mr. Smith died in room 417 just 2 weeks ago. I still can't process what happened that night. Was that just my imagination? Was I really that tired? Or was that really Mr. Smith's ghost? Maybe he wanted to have someone next to him this time. Maybe he needed someone to care about him for even one night. To this day, I feel chills while entering room 417, and I always think about Mr. Smith, and I wonder if he's still watching me. It got inside my house. From Anonymous. I've always experienced small paranormal things throughout my childhood. A couple of unexplained knocks here, seeing something out of the corner of my eye there, everything of that sort. But never have I ever had something this severe happen to me. And I know I'm not crazy. My little sister experienced it with me. I was playing video games on my console in my room. I must have been around 11 years old, and I still shared a room with my sister. She sat on the bottom bunk bed beneath me, watching me play games. The two of us were home alone, which was something we were used to, especially during summer break. This wasn't anything new to us. Our guards were down, and we were relaxed. The clock struck 2 p.m., and we heard someone unlock the front door and open it. Our dogs started barking, and our parrots started to scream, which was the typical sound you'd hear when you walk in. We assumed it was our mom getting off work, but she usually greeted all the animals quite loudly. Whoever went into our house stayed silent, but still, we didn't think anything of it. Maybe our mother just wasn't in the mood. We then heard the person open the door to our parents' room and walk in. I continued to play my games with my sister watching. We were at that for about an hour. But then we started to get concerned when our mother did not walk out of her room. Usually, she would go in there to change out of her work clothes and come back to say hello to us. She was never this quiet. We started to get uneasy. Getting frantic, my sister and I grabbed something. We were too scared to leave our room, so we grabbed anything inside it. My sister got herself a giant hydro flask water bottle to bludgeon any stranger, and I grabbed myself a sharp, pointed pin. As we approached our door, we started to realize we were too scared to even leave. We exited the house through the window to see an empty driveway, meaning no one had come home, not even our parents. So who had we heard? We were even more frantic now, making our way to our neighbor's house. Our neighbor was a big, scary dude who, if you saw him alone downtown, you'd probably be scared for your life. But he was a sweet guy, and we always got to see his dogs. We entered his house and told him everything with teary eyes. He agreed to go over and check our house. I mean, how couldn't he? 2 little girls were crying for their lives on his living room carpet. We went back to our house together and opened the front door, which was now unlocked. We knew for a fact it was locked before when our parents left. You would have needed a passcode to unlock that door, which when typed correctly would make a little whirring sound. My sister and I both heard that sound earlier when the stranger entered our home. Staying closely behind our neighbor, we checked every corner of the house. Finally, we made it to our parents' room, where we'd heard that thing go in. We opened the door and looked everywhere. Under the bed, behind furniture, in the closet, in the shower, we searched every nook and cranny, but to no avail. Nothing was stolen either. Everything was in perfect condition. So who went in there? And why? And to think my room door was unlocked while this thing went into our home. It's so scary. This never did happen again. In fact, not a single minor experience has happened since. I still can't explain it. If it was a person, how were there no signs of escape? Why didn't they take anything? How did they break in with a passcode? I still don't know. It's been years now, and it still freaks me the heck out. Never sleep with the closet door open. From Crystal Holly 22. This experience was encountered by my dad, and is the reason why I never accidentally fall asleep with my closet doors open. I was around 8 years old, and my grandmother had recently passed away from breast cancer. After her passing, a few odd experiences occurred. My dad seemed to be there for most of them, but I guess that makes sense since he's a night owl. One night, he said while he was watching TV in the living room, he heard from my dead grandmother's room a metal clang, along with a click. Her electric wheelchair was in there, and she used it all the time to get around. But now, since she was gone, it just sat in there for the time being. My dad ignored the noises and continued to watch TV. But before long, he heard it again, the same metal clang and clicking. It sounded like the seat buckle was moving, like someone was attempting to buckle themselves in. My dad thought this was weird, so he opened the door to the room, and the noises suddenly stopped. After that, it never happened again. His second encounter, though, is the reason I'm terrified of closets, too scared to sleep with closet doors open. Once again, he was sitting in the living room, watching TV late one night. I always slept with my bedroom door open because I was scared of the dark. On that night, while he sat there watching TV, he kept seeing something in his peripheral vision, and it seemed to be coming from my room. He recalls looking in the direction where he thought he was seeing this thing, and he froze. Looking straight into my bedroom, where my closet door had been left open, he saw a glowing figure. And it wasn't just any figure. He said it looked like my grandmother, the one who had died a while back due to cancer. She had literally stepped out of my closet and began to approach the living room. Then she just vanished into thin air. I could not and did not want to believe what he told me. It was just too horrifying. But after telling this story to me, he insisted to me and my mother it was true, and it really was Grandma. My mom said then, when people die, they can't just come back like that. It's not something God would allow, in her opinion. Rather, what he saw must have been a demon taking the form of our grandmother to seem approachable and harmless. This just terrified my young mind even more. Whether it was my dead grandmother or a demon, I have no idea, and I don't want to know. I just know that since then, I've never made such a mistake again. I always sleep with my closet door shut, and I recommend you do the same. You never know who may step out from it. The Ghost in My Basement, from Poppy Gallo 22. I grew up in Salem, Utah, in the house my parents built. It was a rural town my whole childhood, but has grown significantly to the point that I barely recognize most areas. Since my family built the house, I never thought it could be haunted. That all changed when I was about 12 years old. Before the house stood there, the land was just a horse field next to my grandparents' home. Neither of them had passed away, so their spirits could not have lingered there. But I would like to share 2 experiences with the paranormal I had in that house. Story 1. The basement was unfinished until I was about 12 years old. When we finished it, my brother and I both got to move down there into our very own rooms. We shared our previous room. The stairs down started in the living room, paused at a landing, and continued going down the other direction, making a U-shape. At the bottom, you could turn left and go into the family room, or turn right and walk into a large landing hallway that gave access to our bedrooms, the office, bathroom, and storage room. My room was at the furthest end straight ahead, and my brother was the door to the right, closest to the stairs. I loved having my own room, but I soon found it was hard for me to fall asleep. So I always lay in bed, listening to music or the sound of crickets outside my window. One night, while just lying there waiting for sleep to take me, I began to hear someone walking on the carpet in the hallway. The new carpet made a shaggy crunch noise since it was brand new, so you could hear when someone walked on it. It was past midnight, so I was curious about who was out there. I walked to the door, opened it, and shone my flashlight. There in the dark was my brother, walking around in a circle in the middle of the hall. I knew he sleepwalked, but had never seen him do anything like this. I called his name softly, telling him to go back to bed. It really sent chills down my spine when he stopped right there and looked me dead in the eyes. I knew he was asleep, because he never acted this way while he was awake, and he sounded like he was softly snoring. But his eyes showed nothing in them. No emotion, no thoughts, almost like a deer in the headlights. But, without a word, he turned and slowly went back to bed. I did the same. It took me a while to calm my nerves and just relax. I was about to fall asleep at last when I heard the footsteps again. I thought he must be up again and decided I was going to have him go back to bed and shut his door. Annoyed, I got up and walked over to the door. But when I turned on the lights, the hallway was completely empty. It took a fraction of a second for me to realize that even though I did not see anyone, I could still hear footsteps on the carpet right in front of me. My heart stopped. I froze with fear. Then suddenly, the footsteps stopped too. I stood there, rooted to the spot, just waiting for something to lunge out at me. or to make some kind of noise. But nothing happened. I walked over with my hand outstretched to see if I could feel anything. Nothing. I peered into my brother's room to find him still sound asleep in his bed. I quickly went back to bed and closed my door. Then I put headphones in, praying I would not hear anything again. I didn't, but I will never forget the sound of footsteps in front of me in an empty hallway. Story 2. When I was in high school, I always got home before anyone else. This was because my school ended before anyone else got to leave work or school. I would walk home and get inside through the garage door. From there, I would use a door that opened up into the kitchen. As you enter, you get a good look at the staircase that leads to the basement. I was used to being alone for at least an hour before my parents and siblings would return from work and school. One day, I remember opening the door to the garage, looking towards the stairs as I took my first step inside. My blood ran cold as I locked onto movement on the staircase landing. A tall man wearing Levi overalls, a buttoned-up shirt, and a leather hat walked from the center landing down into the basement. He looked older, had a tanned, weathered face, and some gray bristles on his cheeks and chin. He took 2 or so steps before I broke out of my stupor. I yelled at him.
"Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Get out!"
He did not acknowledge me. He just walked down the rest of the stairs, just a slow pace that felt like he didn't have anywhere in particular to go. I was filled with the need to defend my house and get this guy out. So instead of going to find help, I ran to the knife set in the kitchen, grabbed the biggest I could find, and ran down the stairs, screaming at the man, telling him to get out of my house. But there was no sign of him. I checked every room, every nook and cranny in the basement. He wasn't there. I checked the whole house. Then I checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked and intact. Looking back, I feel foolish for going for a knife instead of leaving and calling the police, since that would have been safer had there been an intruder. But I'm also glad I didn't, to save me from explaining that I saw a man who just vanished into thin air. I've taken to calling him the farmer, since that's what he looked like. And my town was just a small farm town in the middle of Utah. I never did see him again, but I wonder if he was the one I heard years before, walking around in the basement that night. Years later, I told my dad the story. He said that the description reminded him of his granddad. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but part of me wonders if my great-grandpa and other ancestors are still hanging out around their family. I also found out my brother had his own paranormal experiences that he never told anyone until recently. Those are stories for another day. But it's just more proof that that house may be haunted. Creature near the old oak. From HotChocolate. This happened 2 or 3 months ago, in the middle of summer. I work as an arborist. People call us tree surgeons. If you're unfamiliar with our job, we basically take care of trees. We plant new trees, transplant old ones, we remove tree stumps, trim them to remove dead leaves or branches, you get the gist. One day after the day's briefing, I was sent to a small park to diagnose a particular tree. It was pretty close to the main trail, and a few folks had already sent in reports about it to the county office. The county contacted my boss, then my boss sent me to check it out and report back. I got there around noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the small park as I made my way toward the tree in question. The park itself was beautiful, filled with all sorts of trees and bushes, nestled right in the heart of the town. Lush greenery surrounded me, with a vibrant tapestry of flowers in full bloom. There weren't a lot of people, though. Probably had better things to do than to walk around under the scorching sun. After a bit of a walk, I got to the tree. It stood high on a small hill. As I approached it, I could see why it had become a cause for concern. The leaves that should have been a vibrant green were instead a dull, sickly yellow. Several branches appeared brittle and lifeless, and the bark displayed ominous signs of decay. I took out my notepad and began to jot down my initial observations and thoughts. The tree in question was an old oak, its gnarled trunk telling a story of decades of growth and resilience. The park visitors had clearly grown fond of it, as evidenced by the worn-out bench beneath its shade. As I continued my examination of the tree, I got completely engrossed in my task, completely focused on identifying the source of its distress. It was when I knelt down to inspect the base of the tree, near its roots, that I sensed something was wrong. It was like the air grew still then, and an eerie silence descended upon the entire park. My heart began to beat rapidly, and a sudden feeling of dread started creeping up on me. I glanced around, trying to scan the area for any unusual movement. At first, I thought that maybe I was worried over nothing, that my head was just playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping sound, like someone or something was approaching. I stood up slowly, my heart quickening its beat. The tapping grew louder, echoing through the park. Panic began to well up within me as I realized it was only getting closer. Then I saw it. A man stood a few feet ahead of me. I would have said I felt relieved to have someone else there, but I would be lying, because something felt very wrong about him. I couldn't see his face clearly, because his head was in an unnatural position, looking slightly upwards toward the sky. But from what I could see, his face looked off. It looked like an AI tried to recreate a person's face, or if you've tried to remember someone's face from a dream. I tried to speak out, to say hello or can I help you, or do you need something? But no matter how hard I tried, nothing came out of my mouth. I was frozen with fear, something primal. The type of fear I imagine prey animals have when they're face to face with a predator. I was unable to say or do anything. I just stood there, watching him. After about a minute of me staring at the man, something finally happened. The man began to speak, with his head still facing towards the sky. But the words that came out of his mouth didn't sound right. He kept repeating a few lines that didn't correlate to one another, in a shaky, raspy voice. I don't remember everything he said, but I do remember a few.
Help. What do you want? Over there.
But the way he said those words were all wrong. Mispronunciations, voice cracks, odd tones. Then he looked at me. Now I could see his face clearly. God, how I wish I could erase what I saw from my mind. His face was completely malformed. But what stuck out to me the most were his eyes. They were deathly pale, and it looked as if a part of his irises and pupils were missing. I can't really explain it better than that. Then that creature started opening its mouth wide, impossibly wide, until it seemed like its jaw might dislocate. At long last, my body responded to my desperate pleas to move, and I ran like I never had before. I ran all the way to my car and drove off without ever looking back. After some time had passed and I calmed down, I gave a half-hearted report about the tree and clocked out for the day. I still work as an arborist, but from now on I avoid any tasks where I would be working alone. The Mounds. From Bekka. Dog walking is pretty easy money, especially in our neighborhood where everyone seems to have some kind of fancy purebred. Quick note, I'll be using fake names for the people and dogs in this story for privacy reasons. The owners of these dogs post them all over social media, and giving out their names would be a dead giveaway. I watch the Hall's two corgis, Ein and Cornelius, every Thursday evening when the family goes out to dinner. Honestly, the $20 a night is mostly payment for me having to deal with Ein's grumpy, nippy butt. That dog does not like me. But what can I say? Money is money when you're 17. Last Thursday, I showed up at 6:30 as usual. Mrs. Hall ran me through everything as she attempted to wrangle a wildly wiggly Cornelius and get her earrings in at the same time. They already went potty, but Ein probably has to go again, he always does. Just lock them in the garage when you bring them home. Food and water bowls are already full. We'll be back around 9. I clipped their leashes on and headed out the door, with leash-dragging Ein in the lead, looking back at me balefully every few steps. Our neighborhood is pretty nice, but there's been a ton of new construction as of late. Whole patches of skeleton houses and dug-up lots along the main road. We passed a few finished but empty homes and made our way toward an open field they'd been using to dump piles of dirt, dug up from foundations. I call the place the Mounds, and usually take the dogs there at the halfway point, since it's quiet and empty. When we got within sight of the Mounds, Ein and Cornelius fell quiet, their ears perking up. Now, they do sometimes do this when they catch a weird scent or spot a neighborhood cat prowling around. I kept walking, giving a little tug on their leashes. Come on, boys. Go potty, so we can get back home. But when we reached the edge of the Mounds, instead of wandering off to sniff and mark their territory like usual, both corgis ran right up next to me with their tails tucked. Ein leaned into my legs, letting out these little stressed whines, while Cornelius stared at one of the larger Mounds, statue still. Confused, I looked over in that direction too, squinting in the dim light of the safety lamp mounted on a pole nearby. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary at first, but then I noticed movement. There was something at the top of that mound. A figure crouched down like it was trying to stay hidden. I froze, straining to understand what I was seeing. It looked like a man, almost, but very skinny, limbs too long, too spindly, with hairless pitch-black skin that seemed to absorb any faint light rather than reflect it. Even crouched, it was pretty big. I could tell it was probably as tall as a grown man, at least. My breath caught in my throat when I realized its head was tilted in our direction. It was watching us. My instincts screamed at me to run, but some deeper primal voice told me, no, don't let it know that you can see it. So, for that moment, I stood absolutely still, heart hammering, keeping my eyes carefully unfocused. I was still looking, but trying not to really look, if that makes sense. Ein whined again, louder, and that spurred me into action. I dragged my gaze away nonchalantly, giving the leashes a sharp tug towards home, keeping my voice low and even. Okay, boys, fun's over. Let's head back. They eagerly complied, galloping alongside me while I tried not to obviously sprint in panic. I felt an itch between my shoulder blades, like I was being watched as we retreated down the street. Somehow I just knew that making eye contact had been dangerous. If I had let it know that I had seen it, if it realized I was aware of it, something terrible would have happened to all three of us. I decided to take the corgis back to my place. It was closer, and it felt safer. As soon as we got inside, I locked the door behind us, shoving a squeaky, clueless Cornelius off of me. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands, calling my dad and blurting out the story before he could even say hello. As I talked, I kept glancing out the front window, even though that creature had been a good 4 blocks away. Eventually, Dad got me to slow down, and I told him steadily and exactly where I'd seen the thing. When I finished, he was quiet for a long minute. Then he told me to stay put, stay inside, and keep the doors locked. He said he was on his way home, and he would stop by the Mounds to check it out himself. I paced the house anxiously until he finally got home about 20 minutes later. I'd spent the entire time watching the clock and peering out into the dark. When Dad showed up, he looked grim, waving off my barrage of questions about what he saw at first. But I wouldn't let it go until he finally sat me down, his face pale. "I didn't see anything, Bekka," he admitted. "No tracks either, nothing disturbed." He paused, rubbing the back of his neck. "But when I walked over there, I suddenly got scared, really unsettled, like I needed to leave the area immediately. Honestly, I can't explain it, and I've never felt like that before." I shivered. What if it's still there? What do you think it was? Dad shook his head firmly. "Doesn't matter now. I don't want you walking near that site anymore, understand? I would prefer you to take the long way around the block from now on to walk the dogs." His tone made it clear this wasn't up for debate. After the sit-down conversation, he drove me and the corgis in his car over to the halls, locking up Ein and Cornelius in the garage for the night, as requested. We double-checked that everything was locked as it should be, making sure the dogs would be completely safe. After that, we drove home. Part of me wonders if he had seen something after all. It seemed like he was hiding the full truth from me, which would make sense since he wouldn't want me to be too scared. I've stuck to our agreement, though. I've avoided the Mounds at night ever since, taking the dogs on a winding loop well away from there during my evening walks. Maybe it's nothing. My imagination combined with some weird animal that belongs in the woods, not a construction site. That's what I tell myself anyway, whenever my mind wanders back to that night, to the lanky, shadowy figure that watched me from the darkness. Somehow, I'm still sure that making eye contact, really seeing it, would have ended very badly for me and the dogs. I have no idea what it was, but I know that much is true, so I make sure not to look for it anymore, just in case. Sleeping with the Ghost, from Auntie TT. I need to start by saying, yes, this really did happen. I also have to say that this kind of ghostly incident was one of a kind. I worked in healthcare at the time, in a local emergency department. I've seen things no one would believe if they weren't there to experience it. Dealing with life and death daily, including my days off and vacations, stories for another time, there's a lot that changes how you perceive your world. I feel as if I grew up being a sensitive to these kinds of events. One year, a coworker and I went to Keystone, Colorado for an emergency medicine conference. We drove up together and split a room. The lodge we were at was very cozy and comfortable, but I had a feeling of being watched from the very moment we parked. We went to the room and dropped off all our stuff. There were 2 queen beds there, and I took the one closest to the window. I put all the throw pillows on the right side of the bed, so that I could be by the window and hear the babbling brook when we went to bed. My coworker was fine with that. After all, she said she was a light sleeper, and the water would probably keep her up all night. We then went to the pre-conference walkthrough to look for the best swag from the vendors. While at the swag convention, We ran into a few friends who worked at the local fire department. We finished our day off by going to dinner, having a few drinks and dancing. By then, finally, we were both so tired, we called it a night around midnight. When we made it back to our hotel room, everything appeared to be in the same place as we left it. The temperature was so perfect that we slept with the window open. We were on the second floor, so it felt safe to us. And I slept like a rock. I woke up when I felt someone crawling into the bed with me. It began at the right side foot of my bed. At the time, I was on my stomach, a bit of a pillow fort on my right side. I thought, what is my friend doing climbing into bed with me? I guess if she needs to cuddle, that's fine. I chuckled. The bed was still moving as it felt like someone crawling right up to me. Then, suddenly, I felt as if someone just laid right on top of me. I instantly became so cold, and I found it very hard to breathe. I opened my eyes and saw the hairs on my arms standing up, huge goosebumps present on my skin. With my eyes now open, I noticed there was no other person in the room. So, who was on top of me? The window was open. The sun was coming up. Once this feeling went away, I shot straight up in bed and looked over at my friend. She was sound asleep in her bed. I just stayed there, sitting and hugging my pillow until she woke up about half an hour later. I must have looked like a sight, because she looked at me and said, What? What happened?" I told her what had happened. "Dang it," she said. "Why can't the cool stuff happen to me?" I'm not gonna lie. I kind of became excited about the experience. But I would have been okay if it had happened to her instead. Shadow Island Drive from EvansFiance. In his 20s, my fiancé, Evan, used to like to go for aimless nighttime rides with his girlfriend at the time. One evening, they came across a strange sight, a row of houses on the side of a mountain that had each and every one of their lights off. It looked darker than a blackout, and it drew Evan's attention. He drove over to it, and there was a sign in an odd spot, not facing the road. He angled his car to read it. It said, "Shadow Island Drive." He parked right in front of the road and got out. He said there was a wall of darkness where the light just stopped dead in its tracks. Evan walked towards it, and that's when his girlfriend lost her mind, yelling at him. She screamed, "Don't go in there! I'm serious!" She threatened to drive away and leave him behind. She was so out of her mind in terror, Evan had never seen her like that before. To this day, he regrets not being able to go in there, to explore and find out what was happening. He's tried to go back, but he's never been able to find that road again. So apparently, there's a Shadow Island Drive in LA. But Evan knows that's not the location he was at that night. This was across town. Sometime years later, Evan was in his car with friends, and he recounted the tale. The friend that was driving got excited all of a sudden. He confessed, "I've been there. I know that street. That same thing happened to me." He mentioned the strange backwards road sign before Evan could even bring it up. He went on to say, "My girlfriend started to freak out when I tried to turn onto the road, so I didn't go. But I know exactly where it is. It's not far from here. Let me show you." After a while of driving, his friend's face went white. You see, he couldn't find the street. "It was here. It was right here, I'm telling you. I know it was," he repeated over and over. I'd like to know if anyone else out there has had a similar experience, and if there's someone out there who explored the phantom pitch black known as Shadow Island Drive, so my fiancé can finally know what he and his friend would have stumbled upon, if not for the strange and sudden panic of their girlfriends. My Haunted Doll from Smileyalby. I'll start by stating that I grew up hating dolls, especially the creepy-looking ones that you can give a fake bottle to and it'll start making that suckling sound, along with the burp afterwards. I grew up without dolls, but my little sister had a doll that I wasn't too fond of. Knowing all the paranormal shows I grew up watching, I decided to throw that doll out once she grew out of it, or got bored of it. My experience with the paranormal grew with me as I got older. I'm 28 now. At the time of this event, I was 22. With that being said, I was in for the ride of my life with the events I'm going to explain. I watched YouTube a lot, and there was a YouTuber I followed. As it was the month of Halloween, she was talking about her haunted dolls and stated that she bought one on eBay. If a doll calls out to you, it means that it's drawn to you, she said. I was scrolling through eBay, and I came across this one particular doll named Wendy. Wendy's story goes that she was walking home from school when a drunk driver ran the stop sign and hit her. And sadly, she died at the age of 9. When I saw Wendy, I was instantly drawn to her, and I purchased her for $50. When I received her, she arrived with a card from the previous owner, along with 2 small candles. She had an old white and yellow tinted dress that came to her knees, along with underwear like the old vintage kind an antique doll would wear, with a dress and white sandals. When I took her out of the box, she looked like a regular doll. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I didn't think much of it until further on. I lived in an apartment with my fiancé at the time, along with our cat, Pui, a sweet little cat that wasn't shy or skittish. So when Wendy arrived, Pui saw me take her out and rubbed up against her. Nothing bad about that, right? So I thought. I had cameras in my apartment, so I could check my phone to see Pui and if anyone was trying to break in. My apartment number was 1B on the bottom right. My fiancé and I worked second shift. He would leave around 1:30 p.m., and my shift started at 4 p.m. With the cameras, I got notifications of movement, and on one occasion I checked and saw Pui meowing, and I swear I saw an orb on the monitor, but I didn't give it too much thought. Later that night, my fiancé said he'd found Wendy on the floor, and that Pui probably had knocked her over. No biggie, I thought. Later, I took Wendy to the bedroom and went to bed. When I woke up, I saw Wendy knocked over on the floor. I placed her on the dresser by the window. I asked my fiancé if he noticed her knocked over when he woke up. He said no, that she was still on the dresser, and Pui was asleep at our feet. I shook it off. While getting ready, I had Pandora playing. Out of the blue, my music stopped, and the app closed. Weird, I thought, blaming it on the Wi-Fi. That Friday, I cleaned the apartment and decided to take a nap. I had all my lights off except for a wax burner. I think I slept about 3 hours on the futon before I felt a gust of wind and a scratch on my face. I immediately woke up, horrified. My first thought was that Pui had ran by and clawed me, but the 3 claw marks on my face did not match his claws. Plus, he wasn't in the room when I woke up. I kept Wendy for about 2.5 years and moved to another apartment, but we were in the same state. I left my fiancé for Steven. Steven moved in and said he wasn't fond of Wendy, but respected her. One day, Steven was sleeping on the couch. At the time, I was pregnant and going to deliver soon. Suddenly, Steven woke up, gasping for air, acting like someone was sitting on his chest. He woke me up with a scream. Right away, he blamed Wendy, that there was something wrong with the doll. But I said that was nonsense. Besides, she wouldn't do that. He respected her, but he might have been right. I would wake up with scratches, but I never told him. I didn't want to freak him out anymore. At one point, my parents and sister came to get Pui and cat sit for a while, as I was going to be induced that night. My sister asked who the little girl on the balcony was, the one wearing the old yellow dress that stopped just above her ankles. I asked, puzzled, "What girl?" At this point, I was starting to think something really was up with Wendy, but she had never shown herself to me. I smiled and said maybe it was Wendy after all, coming out to say hello. An hour after that, we were talking about me being induced, becoming a mother, when suddenly I heard a low growl. I asked if my family heard that. My mom said maybe it was a neighbor dog, but no one next door had a dog. A year after that, while I was trying to move out, I forgot Wendy. I went back to the old place, but the door was locked. Apparently, management had already changed the lock without telling me. Only things left in there were an old bassinet, baby clothes, and Wendy. I don't know if they threw Wendy away, but every time I pass by that place, it appears the tenants there don't last, and the blinds are always up, exposing an empty apartment. It's been 4 years since I moved out. Not really sure what happened to Wendy. Hopefully she found a good home. If not, whatever's in that apartment wasn't Wendy. I believe whatever was using Wendy was trying to appear as something sinister. Luckily, Wendy is no longer with me, and now I don't buy that kind of stuff for the sake of my daughter. Stay off eBay buying haunted dolls. You never know what might attach to you and your loved ones. The many voices in my ears. From Darkvoice. My mother, half-sister, stepdad, and I lived on an old farm in Sweden when this happened. In Sweden, as it probably is everywhere else, it's not really normal for weird stuff to happen, like ghosts or skinwalkers. The farm hadn't been used as a farm for a while, and it was a long way to walk to our closest neighbor. I was 10 or 11 years old back then. I liked watching scary movies and listening to scary stories, but I didn't really believe in ghosts or cryptids. I still honestly don't, even after what happened to me. I think it was because I was a little sick back then, but what do I know? So I'd just gotten home from school one day. We lived quite far from the city where both my mom and stepdad worked, and my sister was too young to be home alone. I was always home alone by myself for quite some time, but I liked having alone time at home. As I picked out a snack to eat in my room, which was on the second floor, I heard something in the walls as I walked upstairs. We'd had a couple of cats for a while in that house, so I didn't really believe this was a rat or mouse. I just thought it was in my head, as I was quite tired after school. So I just kept on walking up the stairs. Then the same day, later that night, something woke me up in the middle of the night. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I did hear something. Then out of nowhere, I heard a weak, faded voice from my doorframe, but I couldn't understand what it said. I turned my head, and nothing was there. So I turned my head away from the door and tried to fall asleep. But then I heard another voice, weak and faded, also from the doorframe, but a bit louder. Still, I couldn't understand what it said, and it was a different voice than the first. The first voice had sounded like a female, but the second one sounded male. Both were voices I had never heard before. I turned my head again, and nothing was there. I was so confused now, so I chose not to turn my head away from the door and tried to sleep. After a bit, I heard another weak and faded voice. It was a female, but a different female voice. When I listened closer, I heard more than one voice, but they were more quiet. I was getting scared then. I opened my eyes to see who or what was at my door, and guess what? Nothing. I tried my best to ignore it, but I kept hearing those voices from my door, each one weak and faded, but they became louder and louder until I could understand what they said. They were saying, "Jonathan," over and over again, and nothing else. That's my name. So of course, when I finally understood what they were saying, I was horrified. I wanted to get up and run out of the room, but I couldn't. It was like a hand held me down, making sure that I could not move. I heard more and more different voices chiming in and saying my name louder and louder. "Jonathan, Jonathan, 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 Jonathan." Not only were they louder, but also closer. So close, it sounded like they were right on the side of my bed. It kept going until it sounded like they were screaming my name in my ear, not like someone screaming on the outside of your ear. No, like they were inside my head, screaming my name. I tried to cover my ears, but like I said, it was like it was coming from inside me, so it didn't help at all. This kept going until it felt like I was going to go deaf. Then, it all stopped at the same time. I'm still not sure if it was because I had a small fever, or if it was something else, or someone else. After we moved from that place, it never happened again. My friend's experiences as a police officer. From Cricket Girl 20. From the ages of 21 through 24, my friend Oliver was a police officer. He was older than me, but we were close. He would often tell me about his job, about the good and the bad. But when he turned 23, something changed. One night at around 1:30 a.m., he knocked on my door. It startled me awake. I opened the door and said, "Goodness, Oliver, it's the middle of the night. You okay?" My tone of voice changed when I saw the look on his face. I told him to come in, and he sat down on the couch. I gave him some hot chocolate and asked him, "What's wrong, Oliver?" He rotated the mug in his hand for a bit, then said, "Abby left me." I sat there for a second. Then he started to cry. I pulled him in for a hug and asked, "Why did she leave?" He sat back up, wiped his tears, and replied, "Because of my experiences on patrols, I've been seeing things. Well, a ghost, I think." I put my hand on his shoulder and said, "Well, tell me about these experiences." He looked at me and hesitated for a minute. Then he began. "Well, it started when we responded to a call of a young lady whose car got flipped. By the time my partner and I arrived, the car was in flames. I tried getting her out, but the heat was too much, and I had no choice but to take cover as the car exploded. I was upset, but I knew I couldn't do anything about it. After that, well, I started to see her everywhere. And she would always have this evil look on her face. I think she was angry with me. The first time I saw her was at home that same night. I just got finished showering, and when I opened the shower curtain, for a split second, I saw her. But she was gone so quickly. When I told Abby, she just said I was seeing things. She started to pop up at the department, the store, even the doctor's office. The second time I saw her was at the department. I was in the bathroom when I looked in the mirror, and I saw her there with that same evil look on her face. I even told my partner, and he laughed, saying, "Dude, you just feel guilty." The next day I saw her in my bedroom. Maybe it was a dream, but I don't think it was. She spoke to me then. She said, "You let me die,
Now I will take something from you.
That night, my partner and I had the night patrol. We were driving down this dirt road when a man ran across the road, causing me to slam on my brakes. This man ran off into an abandoned house. Worried, the two of us ran after him. We split up, but a couple of minutes later, I heard a gunshot. I ran to make sure my partner was okay. I found him on the ground, a bullet wound to the chest. That man had shot my partner and ran off. I radioed for backup and held my partner in my arms. He said one last thing to me, asking me to tell his mom he loved her. Then he passed away. I felt someone in the room with me then, and when I looked up, I saw that same girl, the same evil grin on her face. She whispered,
Now I've taken something from you.
I went home later that night, drowning my sorrows in whiskey. Abby hugged me and said she was sorry. I went back to work a week after and kept seeing her everywhere I went. I was constantly going to the bar. My supervisor told me I needed to take more time off. I did, but it did nothing to ease the pain of losing my partner. Abby was too busy working to listen to me, and I didn't want to burden you at the time. I requested to be a solo officer. I didn't want to have a new partner just yet. One night while on patrol, I looked in the back seat and I found her there, smiling that awful grin. I slammed on the brakes so fast, I then looked in the back seat and saw that she was gone. I even tried going to a therapist, but it didn't do any good. This all happened a year ago, and I'm still seeing her. I should have saved her. Abby finally had enough of me complaining about it. She broke up with me. I didn't know where else to come tonight. After he finished telling me his story, I gave him a hug again and said, Oliver, listen, you did everything you could to save her, and I'm sorry with what happened with Abby. I don't think she understood what you were going through, but I think you're a great guy. Oliver fell asleep on my couch. Soon after that, he quit the force. He turned in his gun and badge, and eventually, he did stop seeing the woman. It was so good seeing him happy again. Unfortunately, not too long ago, Oliver passed away from cancer. By the time it was detected, it was too late for him. Before passing, Oliver got a dog to help him with his troubles. He made me promise if anything happened to him that I would take the dog, and I kept that promise. Sometimes I can sense Oliver is around me, and I miss him every day. Demon pretending to be a Skinwalker or a Wendigo, from Country Mama 87. For safety purposes, I'll be changing our names and the names of certain locations. You can call me Bree. My husband is Cal, and my mother-in-law is Bon. We live in Anderson, South Carolina. When my husband and I got together a little over a year ago, he had his own place, and his house is surrounded by trees. On the weekends, my kids and I would stay at his house. We used it as a vacation spot, since he now lives with me. It's important to note that his mama's house, Bon's place, is right next door to his. The driveways even connect. When we first got together, Bon warned me not to let my kids to go onto the woodline unsupervised. She began to explain that she was in her own yard one day when she saw a large, solid black cat run right in front of her and back into the woods. She described the thing as larger than a Labrador retriever, easily cougar-sized. I believed her story. Now, the Department of Natural Resources will not tell you this, but South Carolina does have mountain lions. I've caught a picture of one on my trail cam before. However, I'd never heard of a black one in South Carolina before. At the time, I was thinking maybe it was melanism, which is the opposite of albinism. The biggest cat species that DNR will admit exists here are bobcats. She said this was definitely a cat, though. One day, I asked my husband to take me deer hunting on the property behind his house. He was equally as bored as I was that day, so we left the kids with Bon and armed ourselves with his rifles. We walked down the trail that led us to the back corner of his property line. I slumped up against a tree while my husband sat on a log. Everything was normal, peaceful. After a while of not seeing any animals, not even a rabbit, we decided to walk on some more. Cal said to me, "Hey, want to go see the old Indian burial ground located on the property?" Right away I was intrigued and replied, "Yeah, I'd love to." I should say now that I'm a Christian and I believe in demons. However, I never did believe in cryptids and the like. I absolutely love listening to scary stories and cryptid stories, though. Those stories are the butter to my biscuits, so I was well versed on the habits of such mythical creatures individually. Well, Cal and I walked down the path to the middle of the back of his property. At this point, he turned to me and he said, "Okay, we have to walk through the woods now." So I said, "Okay, let's go, babe. I'm right behind you." I was so anxious to see this burial ground he had told me about. As we continued to walk, I asked him which tribes had lived here. Unfortunately, he said he had no clue. We walked about, I'd say, a football field in length through the woods, until we finally came to a stop, and he said, "We're here." I looked around, and I didn't see anything peculiar right off the bat. He then said, "Look down." I listened, and I then realized I was standing amongst quite a few flat rocks that were sporadically strewn amongst the forest floor in no particular pattern. Some were flat with the ground, others were pushed to the surface, like the earth had pushed them upwards over time. I almost shouted, "Whoa, that's so cool, Cal." I didn't feel weird or anything like that while being there, and the woods were still making their usual sounds. He told me he was going to cross the fence to walk up the stream that was nearby. Funny or unfunny enough, that stream is called Devil Fork Creek. Thinking back on this now, that creek name gives me the creeps. Devil Fork Creek is a stream located just 7.3 miles from Homeland Park in Anderson County. My husband said the water was being blocked off from the stream, possibly done illegally by a neighbor, so he wanted to go check it out. He offered for me to cross the fence with him, but I declined. I have asthma and I needed some rest. He said he'd be right back, so he took off over the fence, then disappeared into the woods following the stream. I leaned my rifle against the tree and decided to keep looking at these gravestones. About 5 minutes in, I started to get this weird feeling. I knew this feeling well. I'd felt it before. My own house had felt like this a few years before meeting my husband, when I believed an evil spirit had decided to take up residence in my home, and I had to get my dad to pray in my home and anoint it. That luckily got rid of it. So I knew what I was dealing with here. It felt like a demon. The unexplainable gut-wrenching fear I felt in those woods matched the fear I once felt in my home. I didn't know what else to do, so I picked up my rifle and aimed it into the woods, keeping my finger a safe distance from the trigger, but still ready to pull. My skin tingled, my heart pounded. I tried to keep my cool. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me calling my name. I spun around, but I didn't see a thing. My ears, however, were ringing slightly. The fear I felt was so thick, you could probably cut it with a knife. I heard my name called again, but it came from behind me this time, so I spun around, still seeing nothing. I contemplated leaving then, going back to the house without my husband in tow. Ultimately, I decided against this because I had told him I'd stay put, and I did not want him to show up looking for me and getting worried. I heard my name called once again. It kept flipping back and forth, behind me, in front of me, behind me, then in front of me, seemingly in an endless loop. One sounded, I swear, like my husband's voice, but it was coming from the opposite direction he'd gone in the woods, and it sounded closer than he should be. I raised my rifle and shouted, "Cal, I'm right here." I then heard my husband call my name again, so I responded, "I'm right here." I heard something call my name again. It came from behind me but sounded distorted. This one sounded far away though. I spun around and I began to hear twigs snapping. I held up my gun towards the direction to see my husband walking towards me. I released a big sigh. I realized then I'd been holding my breath for quite a while. I dropped the rifle to my side, instantly relieved to see him. I asked him why he came out on the opposite end. He said, "It's the craziest thing. I got lost. I don't know how because I was following the stream, and when I turned around to come back, I ended up here. I've lived here my whole life. I've never once gotten lost on my property. I was scared. I couldn't find you." I replied to him, "Babe, I swear I never left this spot. I was waiting for you. I got scared too. I heard my name being called, but in different directions." He shrugged it off and said, "That's weird." The fear I'd felt before went away, and I never heard my name being called again. The woods went back to feeling peaceful and safe. We walked back home, and nothing was out of the ordinary. I actually didn't even tell him the full experience I had until months later. By then, like I thought, he didn't believe me, and thought I was just being paranoid. Only a day or two after my initial experience, Cal was in his garage alone at night, boogering around with tools as he likes to call it. I was inside the house cleaning the kitchen. Suddenly, he came rushing through the front door. His face had lost a significant amount of color. I asked him, "Cal, are you okay?" Yeah, Bree, I'm fine, just got the heck scared out of me is all. I was walking back to the house from the garage, and I heard the most terrifying scream coming from the woods behind me. I've lived here my whole life, and I've never heard such a thing before. Not here." I asked, "Do you think it was that big black cat your mama saw? Those big cats have the most awful screams, you know." "That was no mountain lion," he said rather loudly. "Okay, well, stay inside now. I don't want you going back out there after that." He wholeheartedly agreed with me to stay put indoors for the remainder of the night. A few nights that week, while lying in bed, I swear I heard something big walking on our roof, and I felt that same fear again. At the time, my husband was sleeping peacefully, and I didn't want to wake him up. After all, if it really was a demon, there would have been nothing he could do about the situation. And if it were a mountain lion, I definitely didn't want him going outside to look and possibly get mauled to death. Let me get this straight. I'm a country girl that does not get spooked easily by outside noises. These noises, however, were accompanied by the feeling of pure dread. So I just lay there these several occasions until sleep finally took me. Just recently, I witnessed a shadow figure in the bedroom doorway. It was tall, taller than the doorway. I remember lying there in bed terrified. After a few seconds, it moved to the left out of sight and was gone. Right away, I rose from bed and shut the bedroom door. I've heard of the Hat Man before, but this being was not wearing a hat by the look of his silhouette. But I couldn't really make out any features. At this point, after all these strange happenings, I believe what we might be dealing with on his property is a demon pretending to be a skinwalker. If anything else happens, I'll have to ask my dad to come pray over my husband's house as well. I think we can all agree it's never a good feeling to feel unsafe on your own property, much less feel unsafe in your own home from unknown forces. I hope it gets bored with us and moves along soon. I'm curious to know if anyone else has had these experiences, especially if you're close to this area, or if anyone knows which tribes may have lived here at one point and buried their loved ones here. The last thing I'll say is don't go into the woods of Anderson, South Carolina alone, because it might be the last thing you do. Haunted Old Brothel Above Restaurant, from April. Whenever I would be home from college for summer, and sometimes Christmas break, I would work at a restaurant downtown that had an abandoned apartment-looking space above the restaurant that used to be a brothel back in the 1800s and 1900s. Back then, downstairs, where the restaurant is now, was the saloon, and the above space was a brothel. Turns out that brothel was shut down when a sheriff had his wife go undercover so she could get information to shut the place down for good. It turns out the brothel would also perform abortions for any of the women who ended up pregnant. The brothel was shut down shortly after, and now the saloon is a barbecue restaurant, while the above brothel is empty. I would hear stories from coworkers who had been there for a while, saying you could hear children laughing upstairs, and whenever the restaurant was really quiet, you could hear a bunch of them running around. It always sounded like tiny feet. I worked the busy nights and never closed, so I never heard anything until a certain week. I was home for the summer, and this time possibly staying instead of going back to school due to some family problems. I was finally scheduled to help close one night, and as we were putting up chairs, my coworker told me to be quiet and listen. It was almost too faint, but gradually it got a little louder. The sound of light footsteps running around could be heard. It never grew too loud, but it did turn into multiple sets of steps. It was so strange hearing it for myself. I always believed it was haunted, but actually hearing it was something else entirely. I wasn't scared at the moment, but I was definitely a bit uneasy. The noise would come and go while we closed up, and we even asked the manager if we could go up there and check it out. There was a key to the upstairs door, but the managers would never let anyone go up there. One night while closing, one of the employees was promoted to manager, and this was his first night closing as the only manager. After the place closed up, we sat and had a drink at the bar. Me, him, and another girl. We then began to hear little feet running around upstairs. With some of our liquid courage, we decided to go up there. The manager grabbed the keys and unlocked the door. As soon as we started to head upstairs, I felt like we shouldn't be there. A feeling of tremendous sadness overwhelmed me. My coworker pulled out her phone and had a recorder app going. She started to ask questions as we walked around, mostly basic ones like, "What is your name? How did you die?" Things like that. I had chills and goosebumps the whole time and really just started feeling uneasy and sad. The whole upstairs looked almost like a doctor's office. Once you walked in, there was a big room with a small hallway that had about 4 doors on each side, which were bedrooms. One room we went into gave me the creeps big time. It was almost like a master bedroom. The room was bigger than the others and had a bathroom attached. But this room was so cold, and as we walked I felt someone tap on my hip. I jumped up and told them we had to go, that this was too much for me. They wanted to wait around a bit longer and begged me to stay. I was hesitant, but eventually I relented. I stayed with them. Suddenly, one of the bedroom doors slammed, and that was enough for all of us. We ran down the stairs, locking the door behind us. We sat down then, all of us quiet for a few minutes, when my coworker pulled out her phone and asked if we should listen to the recording to see if anyone, or anything, had answered. After a few deep breaths, we decided that we would listen. I wish I had just gone home. The first question she'd asked, "What is your name?" was answered with, "We don't." When asked, "How did you die?" we heard, "Madre," which is mother or mom in Spanish. One more question, and the answer broke our hearts. She'd asked, "How many are up here?" And the answer was, "Thousands." After that, she shut the recorder off. We all felt sick to our stomachs. We went home after that. That night I had trouble sleeping. After that night, work went on as usual. We still heard the tiny feet running around upstairs whenever it was quiet, and we even had the occasional customer ask us about the old brothel and if we'd ever experienced anything. I would tell them about the footsteps. I would even tell them a couple of us went upstairs, but I never go into full detail of what we heard. It's just too heartbreaking. I was there the rest of the summer and decided to go back to school after all. I go back there sometimes to see old friends and to eat, but I never want to go up to the brothel again. Shadow's Plague. From Celestial. I really have a love-hate relationship with my job. Nights are long and hardly ever boring, yet when I want some coffee, nothing's open. I work as a late-night security guard for a building under construction. I say that loosely because this project has been underway for the better part of 5 years now, without much progress. I've been here since the current owners bought the lot and began constructing. I couldn't even tell you what this building was supposed to be anymore, with how wishy-washy the owners are. I've heard it'll be a hotel, a hostel, even condos and apartments. For now, it's just a large, ugly concrete building with windows. No heating or air and barely any roofing. Electricity? Good luck. But anyway, I guard this building night after night, and I've had a large share of stories to tell. Maybe I'll share more sometime. I work by myself most nights, unless the odd hire-on comes to take my side for a few weeks, but nobody ever stays longer than that. We have vagrants almost nightly, gang members, criminals. Really, we have a menagerie of different people every night. That evening, I was on patrol. I was carefully sneaking along the second floor. Well, I say sneaking, but my flashlight flooded at least a foot in front of me in blinding light. I'd already found a sweet homeless lady I've come to befriend named Roxanne. I gave her some food and water, and I told her to have a good night. She's a sweet woman in her 60s. She's only homeless because her husband died, so I always am sweet to her. Besides, she's always out by morning anyway. I heard some noises from the far left corridor, so I headed over there slightly confused. Nobody usually took this floor, because it wasn't as warm as downstairs tended to be. I had the odd junkie, even a few corpses of junkies, but that tended to be in the summer months when the upper floors were a bit cooler. It was currently the middle of fall, and I could already see my breath. I announced myself calmly, as if comforting someone. "Hey, whoever is there, you can come out and talk. My name's Henry, I work here as the night guard. You won't be in trouble. We can find you somewhere warm with some food and water." I was used to dealing with people by now, and it was always important to make yourself seem as helpful as possible, to ensure that, firstly, you weren't attacked, and secondly, the person or people felt like you weren't a threat to their safety. I've helped and built a rapport with a vast majority of the community this way. I suddenly heard scrambling, and I began to slowly make my way over. I held my hand tightly on the flashlight. If I was attacked, it was strong enough to defend me and stun the intruder. But when I got to the place all the noises were coming from, there was no one there. This room in particular always made me a bit sad. The concrete was cracking along the walls, and the window was rusted shut. It was a dark and solemn room, facing away from the road, so there was no light save my flashlight. I'd found many bodies in here. Junkies, many suicide victims too, even murder victims. I checked every corner of the room and the rooms adjacent, but I didn't find anyone. Then I heard crashing from the room and came running back in, only to see this shadow sliding across the wall and vanishing. I gave chase, watching the figure disappear up the 3rd floor. I paused before narrowing my eyes and carefully following. The stairs were unstable, so it was hazardous, even more so on the floor where spots of tile gave way to the beams that made the roof of the 2nd floor. I raised my voice, calling for the person to come back, warning them of how dangerous it was up on this floor. I urged them to stay the night if they needed, or if they needed help, I could call for someone. But I didn't hear a response. I reluctantly began a careful scour of the floor, finding no one. I thought maybe they slipped past me back to the 2nd floor, or even the 1st floor, so I started to descend. I paused, listening for anything, only catching the rustling of mice and my own panting. I continued to sweep the floors, finding nobody but Roxanne on the 1st floor, nestled in her usual corner. When I asked her if she had been upstairs at all, she vehemently denied it, said she hadn't left her spot or seen anyone else come down, let alone enter the building. This happens sometimes, especially as it grows colder. I usually hope it's just my tired eyes, but at this point, I doubt that. If it's a soul, may it rest in peace. If it's something explainable, I would love to hear what it could be. My Weird Childhood Poltergeist, from JollyJello. I recently discovered that I have aphantasia, a mental dysfunction of sorts that doesn't allow you to create mental images. The best way I can describe it is thinking about a computer, where everything works perfectly fine, except for the screen. And suddenly, my childhood became even weirder. I was around 10 years old. At the time, it was when things started to get weird, and my strange occurrences were at their peak. You see, seeing shadows became a natural occurrence during the day and night. But this one isn't about shadows. This was a bit more physical. If you are a fan of horror films, you surely know about poltergeists. They're basically spirits that move objects and interact with them. Well, I believe I've seen one of them at my own house. Here's the deal. I've got a younger brother that had a very weak immune system. Every month, he and my parents would go to the pediatrician, and they would take so long there it was torture for me. So eventually, they let me stay home since we lived in a nice neighborhood, and I had never misbehaved before. Like, come on, we all know the rules. Don't answer the door for anyone, don't talk to strangers, and if someone sees you and asks about your parents, tell them they're in the shower or sleeping. Besides, I was used to this. They would go, and in about 1 to 2 hours they would be back. Nothing new. On this day, I'd seen a shadow on the window of the living room, but when my father went to see, there was nothing. It was just my imagination. So they went on to the doctors while I stayed home, as always. And as soon as they left, I began to feel weird, like I was being watched. As this feeling continued, I decided to go to the yard. It would be better to get this ick away, as I started playing with sticks and some toys I'd put there. I began to feel safe again, immersed in my telenovelas that I would make with my Barbies and teddy bears. It was nice. until I went to get my volleyball to practice my throws, as my mom had taught me. As I was getting closer, I saw the ball moving, not just going from one side to the other. It was floating as if another person had picked it up and suddenly just let go of it. I ran inside and barricaded myself in my parents' bathroom. I must have stayed there for about 40 minutes before I calmed myself down. Then I saw something that gave me hope. The door handle moved, as if someone was trying to open it. My parents must be home, I thought. I ran to unlock the door, and as I did, there was nobody there. I ran to the garage. The car wasn't there. My parents weren't home. I was alone. I barricaded myself in the social bathroom as it was closer. I don't know for how long I was in there, paying attention to the light that passed under the door and the windows. It was nerve-wracking. All that anxiety building up, thinking that was the end of me. I stayed put until I heard the car pull into the driveway, along with my parents' voices and my brother's crying. I was bawling when I opened that door. They asked me if it was because I was worried, as they took longer than usual to be back. I don't know why, but I simply told them yes. That was when I started locking the door every time I went into the bathroom, and I never ever took a shower if there wasn't someone home. This was around 10 years ago, and I still can't do anything without twisting that lock and closing those windows. To be honest, the thing that scares me the most today is the strength and confidence that thing used on that handle. It really wanted to get in. The Haunting on the Roof, from paranormal.pk. The story I want to tell you happened one night at 3 a.m. I was getting ready to turn off my computer and go to sleep when I heard some strange sounds coming from my roof. At first, it sounded like someone was walking on the roof. Then it was like someone was using a hammer. And later, it sounded like someone dragging something heavy. I thought it might be my neighbor, so I went outside to check. But as I was about to leave my apartment, I again heard a loud noise, the heavy dragging sound. I realized it could be a thief stealing the outdoor units of my air conditioners. This had happened recently in my building, so I quickly grabbed my pistol and went outside to check. As I headed towards the stairs, I spotted my neighbor. He asked, "Where are you going? Why do you have a gun?" I explained to him that I'd heard a strange noise from the roof and was concerned it might be a burglar. He responded, "Well, be careful." On I went to check, and I found the door locked from the outside. I unlocked the door with a key and opened it up, my fingers gripping onto the pistol. As I peered through the doorway, there was no one there. I checked on my air conditioner units. They were still there. After that, I returned inside, locking the door behind me. When I returned to my apartment, I sat on my sofa, my mind beginning to dwell on the recent events. Normally, I don't overthink things, but on this particular night, I found myself repeatedly reassuring myself that there was no one on the roof and that everything would be fine. However, a nagging thought persisted in my head, suggesting that the ordeal was not over, that I should remain alert. That feeling weighed on me, convincing me not to head to bed just yet. To distract myself, I decided to watch some YouTube videos, but I couldn't concentrate on much. I thought it might be a good idea to go check the rooftop again, just to calm my nerves. But before I could fully comprehend what was happening, I heard a noise. It sounded like someone running across the roof, and at the same time, there was the sound of someone rushing down the stairs. I grabbed my gun, opening my apartment door. When I was about to head back to the rooftop, I bumped into my neighbor again. But this time, he looked terrified. When I asked what happened, He explained he had seen a shadow from his kitchen. Curiosity had gotten the better of him, and he went out to check. He saw the shadow darting towards the rooftop. He followed it, but the eerie shadow mysteriously vanished right in front of the door. I started to feel more and more worried that someone we didn't invite might be on the roof. My neighbor was too scared to check, so I decided to be brave and go closer to where those strange sounds were coming from, even though I was getting more scared the closer I got. As I moved forward, I got those tingly goosebumps on my skin. My body's way of telling me something spooky is going on, only adding to my fear. When I got closer to the door, I saw that it was no longer locked. This made me check my pocket, confirming that I still had the key. Additionally, when I shone my light on the lock, I noticed there was no key in it. I opened the door and yelled out, "Who's there?" There was no answer, just eerie silence. As I looked around, I didn't see anyone, but the silence was unsettling, and I could almost feel a creepy, cold sensation coming from behind me. I quickly turned around, ready to face what might be there, but what I saw was beyond belief, making my heart feel as though it might stop. A dark figure, fast and elusive, rushed toward the elevator room. My instincts took over, and I chased after it. But just as strangely as it had shown up, the mysterious figure vanished into thin air, leaving me confused and overwhelmed by terror. I stood there like a statue until I felt a tap on my shoulder. Without thinking, I spun around and grabbed the person's arm, yelling out, but I soon realized it was the building's security guard, sent to check on me by the concerned neighbor. I immediately apologized. As he accompanied me to my apartment door, he said something that had me freeze in place. "Funny you brought that gun with you." He gestured at it. "I don't think bullets do anything to ghosts." Yeah, I'm here. From Laurie Means Me. When the lights are out in a theater, it's dark. Darker than the back of your eyelids dark. This is why whenever a theater is closed, there is a single light, often a bare bulb on a rolling stand, left lit on the stage. This is the ghost light. Yes, it's helpful in keeping people from bumping into things or falling into the pit. However, the ghost light gets its name because it's also left out so that the spirits may put on their own productions whenever the theater is dark. Because every theater has its ghosts. The best known ghost at my junior college's main stage theater is Eleanor. Eleanor was even mentioned recently on the theater's social media pages. As the story goes, Eleanor used to be a stage manager at the theater, who one night tragically died in a car crash, either going to or from rehearsal. An ever-devoted stage manager, she came right back to the theater and hasn't left since. Eleanor does very noticeable but altogether harmless mischief around the theater, such as turning on work lights in the middle of blackouts, knocking about loudly in the shop, or rigging during quiet scenes. She might make equipment beep for no apparent reason, especially during quiet scenes, and hide things only to return them back to where you left them in the first place. Really, the scariest thing she does is sometimes moving the mannequin, usually into dark corners, to give us a good jump scare whenever we found it. Having done many shows in this theater, I've experienced all of these. However, Eleanor is harmless. She just seems to want to be acknowledged. The best way to keep her from pulling her pranks is to make sure you remember to say hello to her whenever you arrive, and good night whenever you leave. It's only polite. If you forget to greet her or doubt that she exists, she'll make sure you know of her presence. While Eleanor is the best known spirit in the main stage building, she's not the only haunt hanging around. There is another entity or two that lurk in the booth of that theater as well. No one knows who or what they are. Few know they're even there. But I know they're there. I know for a fact there is something in that booth. Now, for those who don't know, the booth is often a room in the theater where the tech crew runs the boards for lights and sound. Often a stage manager is up there as well to get the best view of the show, so that they may call cues. The booth is typically located at the back of the house, where the audience sits. The layout of the booth at my junior college is important for the story, so I'll give you a rough idea. It's a very long rectangular room at the back of the house. It runs along most of the length of this wall, a whole floor above the audience. The entire front of the booth is windows, so that the board operators can see the stage below. On the far left of the booth, when facing the stage, is the light board. Lining the stretch of windows are a few spotlights and chairs. To the far right of the room is a dividing wall. Its top half is a window, and it has a door with a smaller window in that. The smaller room is the sound booth. Due to this layout, it is impossible to see the soundboard operator while sitting at the light board, and vice versa. You must stand up and look over all the equipment to see the other station. There are only two ways in and out of that booth, the main one being a set of very steep, narrow, and rather echoey concrete stairs. Its entrance is in the house, and it ends up directly up top next to the light board. You really can't sneak up those stairs, even if you tried. They just echo too much. The second way is through the sound booth. It has a second door leading in from a platform outside of it. This is in a tall concrete room that leads to the sound cage below the booth, and has a door leading out into the house on the other side. This platform is like a tiny deck with nothing but a drop to the concrete floor below to catch your fall if you happened to step off. It has waist-high railings and a chain across an opening, as if it were the line for an amusement park ride. Next to the chained-off opening is a metal ladder anchored into the wall at a stiff 90 degrees. You gotta step out into the void to get onto it. Climbing up that ladder is the only other way into the booth. During shows, that ladder is in near complete darkness. I could normally hear the metal ring out with someone's steps climbing up, or see the spill from the flashlight. The point is, it's not easy to get into the booth quickly, quietly, or unnoticed. When I was the light board operator for one show run, it was after intermission that I climbed up the stairs into the booth, and I heard someone moving around in the sound booth. Of course, I figured it was the sound operator, Tony, so I called over. "Hey Tony, you up here?" I then heard him call back, loud and clear. "Yeah, I'm here." I sat down at my light board. "Awesome, we're gonna call places in a few minutes." I heard a bit of a grunt in reply. Not 2 moments later, I heard the door to the stairs open and some people coming up. I thought it might be our director, because he likes to come watch the shows from the booth sometimes. I look over my shoulder to say hi. Instead, my mouth drops open. It's not the director. It's another crew member, the sound operator Tony. I looked at him, then looked at the sound room, then looked back at him. There's no way I had just talked to Tony, right? What? His eyes followed mine to the sound booth. Getting up, I went over to the sound booth myself. Maybe someone else was in there. But no, I found it completely empty. I turned back to Tony, looking directly at him. "I just asked if you were up in here. I heard you answer me. You said, 'Yeah, I'm here.'" Tony and the other person who came up with him looked at me, shaking their heads. "No?" I was officially creeped out. "You're not messing with me, are you? Because I swear, it was your voice." Tony shook his head again. You know I'm not going to climb down the ladder to run over here." It was true. We both avoided climbing the ladder if we didn't need to, and he hated running. He would not have had time to climb down and run over to the stairs either. I would have heard him go down the ladder. They would have told me by now if they were pranking me, and I would have found it funny if they had. But no, Tony had not pulled a prank on me. Instead, I just had a short conversation with whoever or whatever was in that booth. And when I asked, it told me very clearly, "Yeah, I'm here." Shape. From Casket. I'll start this story by saying I wasn't a believer in anything paranormal before this night. But after you learn what happened to me, it made me believe just a little bit more. I was working late one night at my office during Christmas time. We had some rush orders due, and I'm the only one at the office without any obligation to family, so they just kind of stuck me with it. I'm complaining too much about it though, because it does get me some extra money for doing pretty much nothing. I'm trying to get the work done as fast as I can though, so I can just go home and do even more nothing with my cats. But things just aren't going the way I want them to. The weather keeps knocking out the power, so I keep having to restart my computer every 15 minutes or so. Then, without fail, the power goes out again. So I start to walk around the empty office, peeking into people's rooms. Everyone else has already gone home for holidays hours ago. I get to the boss's office and start to snoop around his desk. Unlike everyone else in the office, the boss has a giant window to look out of. I looked out that window, and I saw a figure standing down on the sidewalk next to the bench for the bus stop. Even standing right under the light, they're hardly illuminated by it. I can't make them out clearly, but I can only assume they're a homeless person or something like that, because there aren't any buses running at this time. I continue to watch them, and I notice that the figure does not move at all. I started to move away from the window then, and that's when it happens. The figure finally moves, coming towards the building. This startled me, because I'd been watching them for at least 20 minutes, and they hadn't moved a muscle. Then, all of a sudden, the figure begins to speed walk towards the building, before switching into a full-on sprint. I turn and run back to my office, grabbing my stuff and running towards the elevator. But when I get there, the elevator was already coming up. My stomach dropped. Who could be coming up right now? I should be the only one in the office, right? The elevator gets closer and closer to my floor, and I still have no idea who or what is about to get off. The number hits my floor and my heart sinks. The doors slowly open, and I brace myself for anything but... It's empty. But how is that possible? Someone had to have pushed the button specifically to go to this floor, and yet no one was inside. I get on the elevator, taking it all the way down. Once I get to the bottom floor, I look around to see if I can find that figure, but they've completely disappeared. I walk out the door to the spot where I initially saw them. When I get to the spot under the light, next to the bench where the figure had been standing, there's a noticeable difference in temperature. I then look up to the office window where I'd been standing, watching the figure, and right there in the window stood the same dark figure, looking right down at me. I was awestruck by the sight of it. How is that possible? How did this person sneak by me so easily? Who could be in the office right now? I was the only one there that night. None of this made sense. I start to walk back to the office building, but I notice the figure doesn't move. So I start to run to see if I can catch whoever's in there. I run to the elevator, hitting the button to go up to my floor, but it's taking a long time to come down. After what feels like ages, it eventually gets there. I get on, and I hit the number to my floor. But just before the doors closed, I noticed I had dropped my key card that would get me into the actual office on the floor. So I stepped off and the doors closed behind me, the elevator going back up. Not wanting to waste any more time, I took the stairs. Once I get to my floor, I run to my boss's office. There's no one there, no one by the window, but there was a noticeable difference in temperature. I go to the window and look out to the street. Once again, that figure was standing next to the bench by the light. I decide maybe these late nights are finally catching up to me. Maybe it's time to go home, because I have no idea what's going on. How did this person keep switching places with me? Was it even a person? The streetlight began to flicker before turning off. Then it turns back on after a few moments, and when it does, the figure is no longer there. That was the final straw. I walked into my office and packed up my things, leaving for the night. When I get back home, I feel like there's some sort of presence there, a kind of heaviness. Walking inside, I try to turn the hall lights on, but they don't work. But I see that the light is still on at the stove, so I assume that the power isn't out. I walk into the kitchen, trying to turn on the light there, but nothing happens. That's when I begin to hear sounds coming from my bedroom. I walk over to my door, grabbing the handle. It's freezing cold. I try to open the door, but it doesn't budge. I let go of the handle, and I go to push on the door itself, but before I do, it starts to open slowly on its own. Standing right on the other side is the figure. I can't make out who they are. They were practically cloaked in shadow. The figure takes a step towards me and reaches out before just disappearing. And the moment it does, all the lights in my house just turn back on. I can't explain what just happened to me. If it's my sleep-deprived, overworked brain or something else. But all I can say is that it really freaked me out. I've heard of shadow people before, but this seemed much more sinister. My terrifying Home Alone experience. From Oh No, It's a Ghost, 52. It was a typical weekend afternoon. I was sitting on my couch watching some YouTube. Suddenly, my mom said, "Your dad is at your grandpa's and I have to take your brothers to their soccer games. Keep your phone on. You'll be home alone for a while." She then speed-walked to the other room, asking my brothers if they had their things ready. I smiled. I always enjoyed being home alone. My brothers were frankly annoying, and my parents were the masters of nagging. This would be the only time I had to myself, with some peace and quiet. Before long, I heard the car back out of the garage, followed by the unmistakable sound of the garage door shutting. I settled in, watching even more YouTube for a while. Eventually, I began to hear these light footsteps in my parents' room. I quickly dismissed it as my imagination, or perhaps a sound from the video, and ignored it. But then, the footsteps got louder. I started to get scared, but I didn't want to get up. I decided it was my dog making the noise, so I continued to watch the video. Suddenly, it sounded like someone was stomping around in my parents' room. This time I knew I could no longer make excuses. There was something wrong. Fearing for the worst, I grabbed a kitchen knife and made my way up the stairs to my parents' room. "Hey!" I yelled out, trying to make my voice deeper to sound like I was an adult. "Whoever you are, get out of my house. I've called the cops. I'm armed." No response. Adrenaline welled up inside me as I approached my parents' room, but I reminded myself that I had the knife, so I could defend myself if necessary. The sun was beginning to set now, which made the walk down the hallway to my parents' room even more unsettling. I took a deep breath, and I turned the corner into my parents' room. At first, I looked in and saw nothing. Just a dark room and a small digital clock at the end, providing just a little bit of light. But I felt relieved too soon. Just as I was about to turn away, I saw a small disturbance in the light at the bottom of the digital clock, and that disturbance was rising. It looked as though someone had just decided to stand up slowly in front of the digital clock. I held my breath as the disturbance rose above the light from the digital clock until there was no light remaining. Then I ran. I bolted into my brother's room, locking the door. Then I called my girlfriend. Now, before you ridicule me for not calling 911, I didn't think that the operator would believe me if I told them there was a ghost in my house. My girlfriend, on the other hand, was experienced with this kind of stuff. All the houses she had ever stayed in, she claims had paranormal things happen in them. After 2 rings, she picked up. I told her what was going on in a panicked voice. Okay, calm down. Let me think. Suddenly, I heard heavy footsteps coming down the hallway towards the room. My heart raced even faster. I pleaded into the phone. "Is there anything holy in the room?" she asked. I looked at the nearby wall. There was a cross hung up there. The footsteps were getting louder and closer. I snatched the cross off the wall. "Now what?" I asked, panicking. "It should protect you," she replied. I hoped she was right. Suddenly, our call ended. I looked down to see that my phone had died, even though it was on 70% 5 minutes ago. I listened to the footsteps, slowly getting louder and louder, until they stopped in front of the door. I noticed a little bit of dark smoke or steam coming from beneath the door, and I could hear heavy breathing. I held my own breath and hoped for the best. Suddenly, the smoke dissipated. I heard the footsteps leaving, and the breathing sound stopped. This continued until everything went quiet. Then I heard the garage door open and the car pulling in. I proceeded downstairs to meet my mom, but I didn't share this story with her. Even though I have not seen the thing that terrorized me in a long time, I'm still very much scared of my parents' room, and I have not stayed home alone since. I felt like the ghost's plaything. From Penny B2203. I'm currently a custodian on a local university campus. It wasn't until after this experience I learned that the campus is ranked the 8th most haunted college campus in the nation, though I knew it could be creepy at times. I think you could find it by Google search, but I still won't mention the name of the university. 2 important things should be known before I get into the story. 1, my shift starts at 4 a.m., and I usually have a coworker, who I'll refer to as Jay. He was gone during this period, working a special project at one of the school's satellite locations. 2, I suffer from a heart condition, and my resting heart rate is usually 105 to 110 beats per minute, but will jump to a dangerous rate in situations of stress, anxiety, and of course, fear. My doctor has prescribed medication I can use, as needed. I only mention this because it will be important. It was day 1 of working alone, and I was cleaning one of the women's bathrooms. I had my headphones in, listening to some comedy to negate the creepiness of being totally alone in the building. Then I heard it. Bang, bang, bang. I took out an earbud and I listened. Soon I heard it again. Bang, bang, bang. I walked out of the bathroom and I looked around. I heard the banging again, and it sounded like it was coming from the pipes above my head. Another moment, and it seemed to come from offices to my right that I hadn't unlocked yet. Then I looked down the hallway, past a huge glass door that I hadn't yet unlocked for the day. This door led to a conference room. The room had double doors, and when I heard the banging again, those doors shook violently. I could feel my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I took a deep breath, turned around, and walked over to my supply closet. In my closet, I took my medication and sipped some water for a few minutes until I calmed down. Then I finished the woman's restroom and went on about my day without further incident. Day 2. It was an hour before any other staff were due to arrive in the building. I was walking around, checking trash bins, wiping down high-touch surfaces with disinfectant. The building had been renovated a few years ago and had a much more open layout, so I could hear a lot of sounds from the 3rd floor, especially when there were only a few people in the building. I was about to board the elevator to go to the 3rd floor, where I could empty my trash barrel. That was when I heard piano music. There is a piano on the 3rd floor just outside of our ballroom. It's used for orientation and various other events. After listening for a moment, though, I realized it wasn't really music. It sounded more like someone hitting random keys. I boarded the elevator, and I could still hear the piano until the doors opened to the 3rd floor, because then the sounds suddenly stopped. When I looked, there was no one at the piano. I also didn't see anyone running away from it. Immediately, I hit the button to go back to the 2nd floor. I parked my trash barrel once I got there and booked it to the 2nd floor entrance. Once outside, I called campus security. Of course, the guard never found anything, but just having someone else in the building with me helped to ease my panic. Day 3. This day was the worst encounter. I was sitting in an open lounge area at 5 a.m., sipping some decaf coffee. I can't have caffeine anymore, but I hoped that the warm drink would still help me wake up for the day. The lights in the building are motion sensitive and on timers, so the square area I was in stayed well illuminated because I was moving around, drinking coffee and scrolling through different things on my phone. The rest of the lights had dimmed after a few minutes of inactivity. I want to add here that when you walk into an area alone, there is an audible click as the lights turn on. So I'm sitting there alone and I hear a click. And I think maybe a staff member had come in early, and I just didn't hear the entryway doors open and shut. Then I hear another click, but no footsteps. So I looked around and I saw the lights behind me were on, but that couldn't be because there was no one there. Then another click. More lights came on, closer to me now, but still I could find no one. Then the area right outside where I was sitting illuminated with another click, and I was bathed with a wave of fear, but I stayed put, trying to control my breathing and slow my heart rate. I sat in my chair for a moment. There was a tense feeling in the air. I was terrified. Then, the chair across from me starts to scoot across the floor. It was like someone was coming over to sit near me and have a chat. But I burst from my seat and run for the exit. I exploded out onto the walkway outside the building, collapsing onto a bench, clutching my chest. I then called my boss. I took some sick time for the day. Thankfully, my coworker Jay returned the following day. I didn't tell him what I experienced while he was gone. We've heard noises together when it's just us, but believe me when I say it's easier to ignore those noises when there's someone else with you in the building. I've applied to another position in another building, though, in hopes of never having to encounter whatever this was again. Specter Brume. From WhiteChapel. In those trenches, humanity unleashed an ancient evil. None remember, the survivors willfully forget. Maria Weber, 1919. Before I begin this story, I'll not give names of the survivors, as I'd prefer to keep everything anonymous. This is a story my great-great-grandmother told me, and had written in her journal. It was an event that shocked her and left her broken, as well as being one of 3 survivors of the event. Her government would expunge the event and give a cover story of what happened that day. 2 companies' worth of men would disappear, according to her, consumed by the land. After the war, she would be diagnosed with shell shock with moderate schizophrenia while being in a mental evaluation from 1922 to 1923. The year was 1917. My great-great-grandmother was part of the Red Cross, stationed at the German lines to tend to wounded soldiers. It was a standard morning where she would be replacing bandages, removing bedpans, performing surgeries, medicating soldiers that were damaged beyond repair to ease their passing. However, the abnormality of that morning was something else. There was a heavy misty fog blanketing the woods the base was stationed in. It was warm, heavy, yet somehow chilled her to the bones. Her nerves told her something was wrong, but other than the warm misty fog in October, it was normal. She was at a river bend where the trees just barely kissed the rocky river. She had traded duties with another nurse in cleaning bandages that were soiled by men's blood, rather than having to work with the doctor performing amputations on mortally blasted soldiers. While she cleaned the bandages in the river, she listened for any enemy soldiers, as at the time, the English forces had been bold in pushing through the German lines. The last thing she wanted was to end up a prisoner of war. She did not want to have to leave her husband, who was going to be transferred to the same lines she was stationed at. However, as she was cleaning the rags and bandages, she felt a strange sensation. It sent a shiver that turned into a pillar of ice in the very core of her spine. It branched out all over her body, making her hair stand on end. Dropping the rags in her hand and standing up, her eyes darted to and fro as she scanned the tree line. She backed away, stumbling over rocks and into the tree line where she hid. Her heart dared to pound out of her chest, teeth chattering uncontrollably. She had no idea why this was happening to her. Her mind knew everything was okay, but her senses and body screamed otherwise. Thinking it was just her nerves, she took a long drink from her canteen she'd filled with cheap rum, which she had traded some rations for, then turned around, looking at the basket where the rags would be. Her eyes opened wide, her hands quickly covering her mouth. She saw it, a massive creature in humanoid form. Its body was like it was part of the fog. It faded in and out, as if becoming one with the mist, then fading back into its own form. She estimated it was just shy of being around 3 meters, or about 10 feet, tall. Its body was encased in a cloak that covered it from head to toe, or rather the ground, as it was not touching the ground, but sort of faded into the foggy mist. In one hand, the entity had the bucket of bloody bandages, with the face of the hood pressed firmly into them. Pulling its face from the basket, a long dual-forked pair of tongues at least as long as her forearm licked at the soaked bandages. The area around the creature was hot, burning hot even though she was about 2 meters away from the thing. As she started to move away, she stepped on a branch, causing it to make a sharp, popping sound, echoing through the quiet woods. She looked back at the entity to see it standing before her now, looking down at her. She could see its face clearly. Its eyes were orbs of pure red light, with cat-like slits for pupils. Its mouth was just an open hole with multiple rows of teeth, and its face looked skeletal, with skin pulled tight to the bone. Before she knew it, its hand grabbed her arm, placing the other over her mouth, pulling her up off the ground. She swore then that entity grinned at her. Her body felt tired, burning like her bones were being cooked from the inside, yet somehow freezing at the same time. She screamed a muffled scream, then everything faded to black. When she opened her eyes again, she lay on the ground. Her gown was covered in a gray tar-like liquid that was cold and slick to the touch. Standing up shakily, she leaned against a nearby tree, examining where the creature had grabbed her arm. There were now 3 bumps in a triangular formation right below her thumb on her wrist on her right hand. Placing a finger on these bumps, a sharp pain shot through her body, that burning and freezing sensation coming again. She quickly pulled her hand away, panting. She was interrupted by the wailing cry of a man not too far from her location. Stumbling away from the tree holding her arm, she shakily moved as fast as her body would allow as she made her way to the sounds of that man. When she made it there, she stood in shock looking forward. The sounds led her to where she had been stationed. However, there was no one there, save for the charred bodies. Uniforms were somehow completely intact, not a single burn on them. The bodies, however, were different. The skin was burnt to ash, as well as pulled skin tight to the bones, as if every one of them had been sucked clean. Looking up, she saw the creature again. It was holding a soldier in its hand. The soldier fired their pistol frantically at the entity in the head and chest. However, the bullets just seemed to pass through the thing's body. She fell to her knees in horror, only able to watch what might happen next. The entity began to breathe in, a long, continuous inhale. As it did, the soldier's skin began to grow pale, his eyes bulging from his head. He tried to scream, but nothing came out. His body began to compress in on itself, as if he was being crushed. In a matter of seconds, the soldier was lifeless, his body hitting the ground. The entity peered over at her now, tilting its head to the side, giving her a light, airy hiss as its mouth formed a grin at her again. What happened next made her choose if she was to die or to live. The creature pointed its bony hand at her. She then heard a whisper in her ear, which said,
Möchten Sie sich ihnen anschließen?
Without giving a thought, her body moved on its own. She stood and bolted into the trenches to her left. She heard what she could only describe as laughter as she ran stumbling through the trench. Panic ruled her body and mind at this point. She passed over bodies that were just like those in the medical tent. She ran faster and faster, her lungs feeling as if they were about to burst. She could almost feel its hand on her cheek, its grip on her heart. Reaching the front line of the trench, she pulled herself up over the top. She stood breathing heavily, peering behind herself. She could see the eyes in the mist of the tree line. Without a thought, she ran into no man's land. She was crying out and stumbling as she ran. What broke her back to reality was a pain in her shoulder, her body falling back and landing in the mud. She placed a hand on her shoulder and saw blood. She just stared forward. After a very long while, she could only guess she'd been laying there in the mud for a few hours. All she heard was gunfire, the screams of men, explosions echoing in the distance. After some time, it all went quiet. She still did not move. Once it was starting to get dark, she began to move at last, getting to her knees. She looked around to see that the fog was still there. She stood up and walked back to the trench line, holding her shoulder. She then made her way to the officer's bunker. She entered, closing the door behind her to light a lantern. She crammed cloth into her wound and sat in the far corner of the bunker, next to the corpse of an officer. She sat in fetal position, with the lantern at her feet, and she stared down at a pistol in her hand. Looking over at the corpse, it began to let off a small steam-like smoke. What happened next pushed her deeper into shock, because the body began to decompose and decay before her very eyes, soon leaving nothing but dirt. She waited there for what felt like days. Eventually, there was a thudding at the bunker door. Nearly being driven mad, She took aim and opened fire at the door, screaming in the process, pulling the trigger on the gun even after the ammunition was spent. Her screams turned into weeping as she saw a soldier of one of the transferred units bust open the door, the blinding light of the sun outside shining into her eyes. She dropped the gun to the ground and cried, embracing the soldier. They did their best to comfort her. After that day, she would be removed from the front and sent back to her grandmother in Poznan while her wounds healed. She wouldn't speak for weeks, let alone eat for days at a time. However, when her husband was sent home to see her on leave from the front, she began to open up. By 1918, she was diagnosed with shell shock and honorably discharged from the military. Later on, she would be sent to aid in the influenza outbreak. After that outbreak, she would be diagnosed with schizophrenia. She would serve again during the Russo-Polish War. Later on, she would commit herself for mental evaluations from 1922 through 1923. She never really spoke of the events. Oftentimes, people would spread rumors that she had gone crazy and killed her own patients. She wouldn't really speak of this again until much later in life. I did some digging on the other two survivors from where she had been stationed. One of them disappeared 7 miles from the area the event took place in November 1923. And unfortunately, the other survivor would end up a victim of the German camp Zoslau in 1940. Say what you will about this event and story, but the region she was stationed in is still locked off from the public to this day. Nobody is allowed in.